That's number one all time. He also has run for 20 touchdowns in his ECU career, and he's thrown for 85 touchdowns in his ECU career. And what has been, I think, the best positive to the season for Holton has been his completion percentage. Every year he's been here, his completion percentage continues to inch up. And going into the Memphis game, he's now at 67.3%. That's better than Seth Hennigan, the Memphis quarterback. Holton will enter the game 152 of 226. That's 67.3%. He's thrown for 1,820 yards. Hennigan's thrown for 1,517. So you can see Holton has the advantage there. He's thrown 6 touchdown passes. He's thrown 5 picks. Holton has run for 98 yards and a touchdown this year and a long run of 20 yards. Hey, it was great, by the way, to see Isaiah Winstead just this week named to the Fred Biletnikoff Award watch list as the nation's top receiver in college football. And the former Toledo Rocket is having a terrific year for the Pirates. He has 43 catches, a 13.1 yard average, and 2 touchdowns. And C.J. Johnson continues to thrive at that inside receiver spot. He has 25 total catches entering the game this weekend. Keaton Mitchell is back. We understand that he's running a little bit better. Now, he played, of course, last week at Tulane. I don't know where you would put Keaton percentage-wise in the game with Tulane. He was not quite his normal self, but I think he's going to be, if not his normal self on for the game on Saturday, he's going to be close to it because he's continued to improve physically this week in practice. And if the Pirates can get their home run hitter out there and get the ball to him more times than they did last week, that is going to be good. Marlon Gunn, a little bit shaken up last week, is scheduled to get a number of carries this week. He'll be ready to go. Rajay Harris had his surgery on Thursday. Everything went well, and now the real hard work starts for Rajay with the rehabilitation, and the hope is, and really the expectation is, that Rajay will be back first week of August next year, ready to go for fall camp. So that is the good news. And the good news this weekend would be a Pirate victory. Boy, they need it. Need it to keep this season going. They're 3-3, 1-2 in league play. A win this week with the Tigers in town would be good and would be big for Mike Houston and his football program. So let's see if the Pirates can get it done against a talented Memphis team. We'll be on the air on Saturday with our show here on Pirate Radio. I will join Clip Rock at 3:30 for coverage on Saturday as we get ready for another Pirate football weekend. Isn't it amazing how quickly they go? We start the second half of the season this weekend for Pirate football. Thanks so much for being with us. As always, we give a big thank you to Don Edwards and UBE, our gracious hosts, 35th year Pirate Preview shows. And we appreciate Don so much and his staff. Thanks to Chad Thompson for dropping by and pinch hitting for Don today. Always my thanks to Shirley Rhodes and to Clip Rock for their technical expertise as well. Kickoff time, 7:30 on Saturday. We'll see you at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, Bagwell Field. Have a great weekend, everybody.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
And you can expect us to play with a lot of effort, a lot of energy, and be able to execute and go make a lot of damn plays for this offense.
I love a shark. A shark does 2 things. One thing, he never goes backwards. He's always moving forward. The next thing he does, he never sleeps. You ain't never saw a shark and a catfish in the same fish tank. It won't happen.
People think that for us it's just about catching the football and doing different things when it's in our hands. No, we're going to be the best damn blockers in the country.
I want this so bad for this university. We got a leader now. We got a leader that's ready to go. So let's take this program to the next level.
We don't want nothing fake. Everything around us and surrounding East Carolina will be real, and the energy is real.
So know your role. If you're a star, be a star. If you're a role player, you be the best damn role player there is.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
All right, a beautiful day for some Pirate football. It'll be a beautiful night for some East Carolina action as they take on the Memphis Tigers, believe it or not, week 7 of the 2022 East Carolina football season. And we got a big 4 hours on tap right here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are going to tailgate with you this late afternoon on into the evening. We got a lot of great college football games that are going on now that are about to kick off. We got MLB playoffs, so we'll be watching it all and keeping you up to date on what's going on this busy sports Saturday. You are tuned in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio, 92.7 FM in Greenville, 104.1 in Washington. You can find us online, pr927fm.com, still on 1250 and 930. And make sure you're watching us on Facebook Live and YouTube as we are live and coming to you. Let us know what's on your tailgate menu today. And what are your thoughts on East Carolina and Memphis? Pivotal game here in the middle of the year for this East Carolina football team. Coming up in the next 4 hours, you'll hear from the voice, Jeff Charles. He'll join us to kick off today's edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and join us hour number 1. Also, we'll go out live to the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, check in with Troy D and crew as they get you ready for the game and let us know what's going on out there at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. We'll hear from East Carolina quarterback Holton Ahlers, Stephen Igoe from Hoist the Colors, Patrick Mason from the Daily Reflector. Also, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, will look at this college football Saturday from a gambling perspective, talk about what's going on and what's coming up later on tonight. Brian Bailey will join us live from the turf at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Also, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, Billy Weaver, will give us the keys to the game for the Pirates and Tigers. We'll hear from East Carolina defender Jack Powers, also Donnie Kirkpatrick, Blake Harrell, Pirate linebacker, safety Jireh Wilson, and Brian North from WCTI 12. All that and a lot more are coming up on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Shirley Rhodes is here, Chandler Honeycutt, CJ Schaefer, the Pirate Radio crew. We will pop the top on the Week 7 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate with the voice Jeff Charles next.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar with daily specials. And here's the lineup. Mondays feature $7 margaritas and half-price appetizers. Tuesday is stuffed seafood night. Wednesday is date night. Thursday is roasted smoked lamb chop night. Fridays is prime rib night. And Saturday is Italian night and is also Fred and Wilma night with our 36-ounce bone-in tomahawk steak just like the Flintstones. And on Sunday, it's our legendary brunch from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals is your one-stop shop for weddings, anniversaries, corporate events, family reunions, birthday parties, or any celebration with friends and family. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals has the widest selection of tents, tables, chairs, linens, china, concession equipment, bounce rides, games, staging, wedding equipment, dance floors, and so much more. At ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, we help people get together. Call today at 756-7903. ASAP Party and Tent Rentals, locally owned and operated on Diamond Drive in Greenville near Agri Supply and Equipment Plus. Did you know time spent outdoors can help improve your children's health and bring balance to their life? The Outdoor Heritage Advisory Council invites you to join the Patch program. This program is for any child under the age of 16 and includes activities like fishing, hunting, and hiking. These are just one of the many ways you can earn the exclusive patches from the Outdoor Heritage Council. For more information on how to sign up and get your adventure started, visit outdoorheritage.nc.gov.
This is John Gavigan with the Gavigan Agency. Our top priority is doing what is best for our members. Whether you are buying a new vehicle, a new home, protecting your family with life insurance, or filing a claim, our agency will be there every step of the way. Our goal is to become a trusted advisor for you and your family for all of your personal and commercial insurance needs. Give us a call in Greenville at 756-1400 for a car, home, business, or life insurance quote today, and give us the opportunity to show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Avoid the long check-in lines and congestion at the big airports and fly local at PGV. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American Airline flights perfect for your next trip. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Winslow's is now Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room. With a brand new look, Fifth Street Hardware also has a new menu and serving lunch and dinner every Tuesday through Sunday and brunch starting at 10:30 on Sundays. What else is new? Well, they have poker every Tuesday night, Trivia Wednesday with DJ Captain Morgan, and on Friday and Saturday nights they have live music open till 2 a.m. serving light appetizers all night long. New look, new name, same location on Fifth Street. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram for more specials. Fifth Street Hardware Restaurant and Tap Room.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the close to 60,000 followers today. Now, let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes, Chan Man, CJ. Parker's Barbecue hooking us up here with a great pregame spread, the fried chicken, all the sides. I'm going green beans right now. Just put a little green on the plate with some hush puppies. Thanks to Parker's, 3 locations in Greenville to serve you, and you can also order nationwide. They can ship nationwide. So if you're out of our listening area but tuned in to us online or on Facebook or YouTube, you can enjoy some Parker's just like we can here in Eastern North Carolina. All right, the voice, Jeff Charles, is with us, hour 1 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, happy game day to you. How you doing?
I am doing great, Clip, and I tell you what, on a day like this and an opportunity to come back home after being on the road the last 2 weeks, it doesn't get a whole lot better than this, and I always say it, there's always a little extra juice, a little more electricity in the air for a night game in Greenville, and that's what we have at 7:30 tonight. So, yeah, the stage is set again. When you look at this game, I mean, let's be honest, this is a very important game for the Pirates because you've got UCF and BYU coming up after this. I don't know how many people saw the UCF game this past weekend. My goodness, 70 points. I know they were playing Temple, and I know Temple's in its first year with Stan Drayton as the head coach, but that one game that I saw them play this week, they looked like the UCF of old with all that speed they had out on the field, and their offense was unstoppable. So they'll be here next Saturday. We'll talk a lot more about that, of course, next week. But the Pirates need to win this one. They need to get over 500 at 4-3. They need to even things up in the American Athletic Conference. You lose this one, you're 3-4, and all of a sudden you're 1-3 in league play. And Memphis, I'm sure they're feeling a sense of urgency as well, Clip. I mean, they're 4-2, and they blew that game last week at Houston in the fourth quarter. They're 2-1 in league play. They want to continue to move up in the standings in the league and also have a winning season. So I think you should see a couple of real hungry football teams at 7:30.
Should be a good one tonight. Could be a lot of points on the board. We'll dive into it coming up a little bit later on and throughout this show today. Want to catch you up on some scores that are going on. You mentioned UCF putting up a lot of points. How about these numbers, Jeff? And Auburn, Ole Miss right now, the Rebels up 48-34. A lot of points in that. Kansas trying to rally, but it's going to be too little too late. 52-42, Oklahoma over Kansas. Oklahoma got shut out last week, so they saved all their points, I guess, for this week. They lead the Jayhawks 52-42. Hokies trying to mount a rally. Could be too little too late for them, but right now it's Miami 20-14 with about 3:20 left to go in the ball game there. Maryland, Indiana just getting underway. Alabama, Tennessee just kicked off. Alabama's got the ball first, and Tennessee fans, man, there's a lot of orange in that stadium. Voices. This is a showdown today in the SEC.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember when the Pirates went over there years ago and played Tennessee and played against Peyton Manning at the time, and I think Pirate fans will remember that game. A lot of them went to Knoxville for the game. It's quite an adventure when you go in there and you see that kind of a crowd and that kind of enthusiasm for college football. And it was a game that I remember pretty well going back in time. So it was a fun trip. It's always tough to go into these SEC stadiums if you're East Carolina and come out with a victory, and that's what happened on that particular day. But it's a great venue. What's really cool about it, Clip, is that the river runs right up to the stadium, and you have that armada. All these folks are going down the river on their boats, and they tie their boats up outside the stadium, and there's a great restaurant right across the street from the stadium that everybody goes to. I'd like to own that, by the way, especially on game day. But it's a great site. There are so many great college football venues across the country, and you put Tennessee right up there at the top, I think. And I've always liked that big sign they have that says Vols at the top of the stadium that during night games it lights up. And so it's a fun place to watch a football game.
One veteran broadcaster, Jeff, one time told me that if you're playing on the road at an SEC team and you get a 30, 40, 50-yard gain, go ahead and turn your attention behind the play and look for the flag because there's probably going to be one. Somebody told me that.
So a little bird must have told you that or something, Clip. But, yeah, I can remember a couple of occasions against Alabama and Auburn. And, well, don't get me started, okay?
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, as far as environments, road environments, I'm sure I've asked you this before, but we can talk about it real quick because the Pirates have played in some big stadiums. They'll play in another one next year in the Big House in Michigan. But what have been the best road environments? You mentioned Tennessee. What else is up there that you've called a game?
Well, there have been a lot of them, Clip. I mean, I have done a game at Michigan before, back in another life when I was broadcasting University of Illinois games. I did a game at Michigan, so I have been there. They've probably put in a few thousand more seats since the last time I was there. I can't remember. I know it was certainly about 100 or maybe bumping 100, and now it's like 108 to 110. So I think they have added a few seats. But I've done games in these Big Ten venues, of course, that have these massive stadiums. I've done a game at Ohio State and a game at Michigan. Never did a game at Wisconsin, and you know they're usually around 85, 90,000 plus when they play up there as well. So yes, all of those. And then when the Pirates, as we mentioned, when they've gone on the road and played in some of these SEC venues, it has been those kind of crowds as well. So I think it's going to be great, you know, for this program moving forward. If you can play a game like that every year, I don't think East Carolina wants to play two games like that, but I think it just brings a lot of exposure to your program, and obviously the main thing is you get a chance to get a paycheck. And I was not here when East Carolina went to Penn State, but they've been to Penn State in the history of the program. So we'll see what the schedule looks like in the future. But as I talk with Pirate fans, they're already talking a lot, Clip, about going to Ann Arbor and playing Michigan. I know some Pirate fans who have already gone the Airbnb route, and they already have a house in Ann Arbor, already reserved for 4 or 5 days to go up there and watch the game. So, we're going to be talking about it all summer. It's going to give us something to talk about all summer, I can tell you that.
No doubt. Jeff Charles joining us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate here. Hour number 1, Tennessee forces a punt, and they get the ball, and now they are in Alabama territory. So riding that adrenaline and momentum here early in this contest as Hendon Hooker with a big gainer here. And Tennessee set up near the red zone already. NC State beginning life without Devin Leary, Jack Chambers, their quarterback. They are already down 7-0 in the Dome. You've called some games in that Dome before too, Jeff, with the Syracuse rivalry.
Yeah, it's always been one of my favorite places to call a game, Clip, because you're not going to have to battle the elements. You're in the Dome, and then our broadcast location is very close to the field. The second closest to the field since I've been at ECU to broadcast a game, the first was last week at Tulane. That game last week, and then that's the second time that we've been in their new stadium, relatively new stadium. I forgot how close you are to the action, and it's like doing a high school game, actually. You feel like you can just reach out and touch the players, which is great for radio broadcasters because you can see the numbers so easily, and you feel like you're right on top of the action. I enjoyed sitting in the press box there and right behind the Pirate bench as well, and being that close because you can kind of see a little bit what's going on during timeouts and during the game. I didn't realize how many times Holton Ahlers gets up and warms up, when the defense is out there on the field. But Tulane last week had so many long drives. I know Holton just didn't want to sit around. So it seemed like as I was broadcasting the game, I would catch Holton out of the corner of my eye, and there he was out warming up again, trying to get back on the field. So Tulane's a great place to do a game because you're so very, very close. And, Houston's done a nice job with their stadium. It's very nice now to go down there and broadcast a game. Their old stadium was a nightmare to do it in, but this new stadium is really nice to broadcast from. Memphis is very high. We've done I don't know how many games at the Liberty Bowl down through the years, and it's a very high vantage point when you go to Memphis. And UCF, you're relatively close. USF, you're in Pro Stadium. Philadelphia, of course, Temple, Pro Stadium. Nice to go into Pro Stadiums, too, and do games.
Tennessee has scored a touchdown. They might review this, look close, but the Vols up 6-0 on Alabama on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dub Buck. And we've got the Braves and Phillies, game 4. Phillies win. They advance to the NLCS, and right now they are up 4-2 over Atlanta. Bryce Harper batting in the bottom of the 5th inning with nobody out. So keeping you up to date on a fun football and baseball Saturday here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Jeff, you mentioned the game last week against Tulane. Pirates managing just 9 points. And you've talked to Donnie Kirkpatrick this week. We've heard from players as well, kind of diagnosing the differences of defenses and schemes they face week to week. And sounded like South Florida just dared East Carolina to go one-on-one, and the Pirates took those chances and hit some big plays down the field. I heard Donnie talk about kind of how different and exotic the zone looks from Tulane were from USF, and it really gave the Pirates some issues last week.
It really did, Clip. 9 points just isn't good enough. I mean, that's not going to get it done. And when I talked with Donnie, and you may have heard his interview that we had about an hour ago here on Pirate Radio, he said 9 points is not even good for us for a quarter. He said we always like to score more than 9 points in one particular quarter. So you go 9 points, and that's not good. And I'll tell you what was so strange last week is that offense in the first quarter, they were moving with a tempo that I think is as fast, if not faster, than any tempo I've seen this offense play with. And they were just grinding it out on all cylinders, getting right back to the line of scrimmage. Holton was dialed in. And I'm thinking in the first quarter, well, they're going to have a really good day today and score some points. They get on into the second quarter, first 2 or 3 minutes, and they do score. And then after about the 12-minute mark of the second quarter, it was just like lights out the rest of the way. I mean, that's what was so strange about that game. It was a game in which you thought, wow, they're going to have a great day offensively, and then it was like it came to a screeching halt, and then they were shut out in the second half. So I think the coaches are even scratching their heads a little bit about it, Clip, and got to give Tulane credit, too.
Yeah.
We talked about it last week. Willie Fritz is a heck of a coach, and I've mentioned that since the day they hired him. Looking at his career path, by the way, is very similar to Mike Houston. But here's a guy who's won everywhere he's been, was at Georgia Southern, won big there, then went to Tulane, just a really solid, good football coach. And Tulane's a tough job. I mean, it's tough to win at Tulane. And he's getting it done down there, and you've got to give him a lot of credit. They win today, and they're 6-1, and they're rolling. So, again, hats off to Fritz, his team, his coaching staff. I thought they did a really good job last week.
Yeah, and they are looking good in the AAC this year. Important game with East Carolina and Memphis. If you look at it from ECU standpoint, a third loss in conference play takes you out of pretty much everything. But Memphis, they are, as you said, so close to being 5-1, 3-0 in conference play. Gave up 14 points in the final minute 41 against Houston last week. So Memphis needs this one. Right now at the top of the conference, you've got Tulane and Cincinnati, along with UCF, who are 2-0. Memphis is 2-1, and then Houston, SMU are 1-1. SMU winning last night. Navy is 2-2. East Carolina 1-2, and the team's still looking for their first wins of the year. Temple, Tulsa, and South Florida. We've been asking this question, Jeff. I'll get your take on it. How many losses do you think the teams have that play in the AAC championship this year? And by that I mean, with there being undefeated, could we see a 2-loss team in there? What do you think the records look like?
That's a good question, Clip. I really haven't thought about it, but just off the top of my head, there could be a 2-loss team, I guess. But if there's a 2-loss team, that will only be one 2-loss team. The other team would be either undefeated, I think, or just one loss. Yeah. So it's a lot of football yet to be played. And as we continue to go along, as you just mentioned, things tend to sort themselves out. I mean, you just mentioned the 3 bottom feeders that haven't won a game, and then you've got kind of the middle of the pack, and then you pretty much know who's going to be in the top 3 or 4 in the league. And last year at this time, just remember, we were talking a lot about Cincinnati. I mean, Cincinnati was a national story. They were running the table. They were undefeated. They had Desmond Ridder, and they had those great players on defense. So many of them were drafted in the NFL. And as the weeks went by and they continued to stay undefeated, we continued to talk about it, as did everybody else, of course, nationally, about Cincinnati. Well, this year, they're flying a little bit under the radar as far as the national picture is concerned, but they're still very, very good. And they still have the horses up front. And in this league especially, they have the horses up front. So anytime you play against Cincinnati, you're going to be in for a fight. And right now, you've got to put them, I would put them up there with UCF, and if you have to look at, even though they won last week, a team that's disappointing so far this year is Houston, because everybody thought they were going to be right there with Cincinnati.
Yeah, and they lost in overtime to that Tulane team a couple weeks ago, and Dana Holgerson is screaming at the fans and losing his mind, and the team kind of takes on the identity of their coach.
I agree.
Sometimes they just look like they have completely lost it, but they're very talented. Holgerson, if you look at his track record, is a winning coach. So they're tough to figure out week to week, quarter to quarter, Jeff.
They really are, Clip, and we all know they've got the talent, and we'll see them in here in a few weeks. When you're so talented, and I don't know if they're as talented as Miami, but I was watching Miami and Virginia Tech, and you just gave that score a minute ago. Miami just continued to shoot themselves in the foot. When I turned that game off and came over here to the studio, they had 11 penalties in the game. And they were jumping offside. They had personal fouls. They had all kinds of late hits. I mean, they were just a train wreck, but yet they were so good. They had 11 penalties, and Virginia Tech still couldn't score. And, the Hokies hadn't scored until here in the fourth quarter. And that just shows how talented sometimes you can be. It's like basketball teams, you have a team that turns it over and they're getting beat up on the boards and they're not stopping anybody on the drive to the hoop. And that you look up on the scoreboard and they're still up by 10 points because they're so talented.
Jeff Charles joining us, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We will preview what Memphis has to come and talk more East Carolina football. Let's take a break. As we go to break, Tennessee on top of Alabama, 7-0 that score. About to head into the 6th inning in Philadelphia with the Phillies leading the Braves 4-2. That score will keep you up to date on all of that. More baseball coming up, and about 10 minutes it'll be the first playoff game in Seattle in 21 years as they take on the Astros Game 3 of that series. Yankees, Guardians later tonight, and then late night it'll be Dodgers and Padres. All that on the Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Take a time out, enjoy some Parker's Barbecue, and be back with you. Break down what Memphis has on offense, defense, special teams, and talk about the Pirate perspective as well. A lot more to go. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We roll on after this.
Hey, Ellerby, have you tried our new menu at Clean Eats?
I was planning on going there today. Tell me what's new.
First of all, you're going to love our new melts. A melts is a quesadilla folded over like a sandwich full of things like beef and queso and chicken parm.
Scott, tell me you got more.
Man, I do. We have pretzel bites with queso, our fabulous meat and taters wrap, and we even have Clean Eats mac and cheese, complete with beef or chicken on top.
It all sounds awesome. I'm going to head over there now.
Fantastic. I hope to see everybody at Clean Eats, 805 Red Banks Road, Arlington Village.
BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in eastern North Carolina. With homes in Blackwood, Mills Creek, Dalton's Cove and Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, they're constantly expanding. Now to Laurel Glen and Sarah's Way, plus the new duplex community at Abigail Trails. BMS Builders can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or ECU football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. Call 916-1578 for BMS Builders.
It's Bostic Sugg Furniture's Lazy Boy Market Sample Sell-Off. We bought out an entire showroom of 100 one-of-a-kind pieces of Lazy Boy furniture. Now we're selling it all at drastically reduced prices. Floor samples slashed an additional 50 to 70% off. This is a one-time opportunity to shop extreme sell-off prices on brand new Lazy Boy styles, recliners, power recliners, sectionals, and leather furniture, designer chairs, cocktail ottomans, and much more. Hurry! You will never, ever find Lazy Boy furniture at such low prices again at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or do you just have the blahs? Well, maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness offers IV hydration, which can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, and even fix a hangover. Call today to set up an appointment at 350-1805. Locally owned and operated by Samantha Casper, Revive Health and Wellness has a new location and is ready to serve you. Stop by at 2459 Emerald Place in Greenville or go online at revivehealthwellness.org.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Are you looking for a home loan? Look no further than Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage. Since 1960, Guild Mortgage has partnered with industry professionals to close loans on time and help millions of Americans realize their dreams. Call Amy Goss at Guild Mortgage in Jacksonville, 910-389-4602. Amy Goss is licensed in Florida, Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Guild Mortgage Company, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 3274. NMLSconsumeraccess.org / for licensing information, please visit guildmortgage.com / licensing. Guild Mortgage is not affiliated with Pirate Radio.
Hi, this is Jeff Charles for my friends at Ed Watkins Marine. I've known Ed personally for years, covering his winning performances on the football field and on NASCAR's pit road. Now Ed is winning on the water, and you get to win too. You win with awesome prices on boats from Ed Watkins Marine, and of course, great service after the sale. If you're looking for a new boat, contact Ed Watkins Marine today. They will deliver anywhere. Find them online at edwatkinsmarine.com and tell them the voice sent you.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, a couple of finals to pass along to you. Number 19, Kansas falls to Oklahoma in Norman by a final of 52-42. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, the Miami Hurricanes get a win over Virginia Tech, 20-14. Games going on right now. BYU and Arkansas are midway through the first quarter. No score as of yet. Syracuse has a 7-0 lead over NC State in the first quarter. It is Vanderbilt trailing Georgia 7-0. And Auburn and Ole Miss are currently in a weather delay as lightning has moved into the area. And also a final from earlier today. Old Dominion walloped Coastal Carolina 49-21 in Conway. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Shirley, we need to do a better job of giving Jeff Charles some max scores, so I'm saying that to myself as well. So let's throw out Northern Illinois up 14-7 on Eastern Michigan. Kent State 21-7 over Toledo voice. There's some
Kent State runs that high-octane offense, and they're capable of putting a lot of points on the board. I always pull for Eastern Michigan because Scott Weatherby, who was here for 10 years in the ECU athletics department, some folks will remember, ran the ticket office, among a lot of other things. Scott is the AD at Eastern Michigan. In fact, I communicated with him just this past week, and Scott's doing really well. And that's been a tough job, a very difficult football job. But Chris Creighton is their head coach, and he has done a remarkable job with Eastern Michigan football. They beat Western Michigan last week, and here they are. They win today. They're 5-2, and that's kind of high cotton for Eastern Michigan.
Jeff Charles joining us, Hour 1. Love having the voice here on home games for Hour 1 of our show. And quick update, middle of the sixth inning, Phillies up 4-2. It was 3-0 to Dansby Swanson. Borderline strike call. Dansby didn't like it, kind of turned around, looked at the ump, walked out of the batter's box. Strike 2, and then an awful strike 3 call just because the ump thought he was showed up by Dansby Swanson, and he rings him up, and I'm not happy about it. And neither is Dansby, and neither are Braves fans, because we are 9 outs away from being eliminated. And the Phillies, Jeff Charles picked to win the NL East earlier this year, could be playing in the NLCS voice.
I only talk about my good picks, Cliff. I don't talk about my bad picks. But,
sure, yeah.
But the Philadelphia Phillies, I liked them in the spring, and boy, that pick didn't look good a month ago. They were really struggling in September. Didn't even know if they were going to make the playoffs or not. They had blown a bunch of games, and I don't know, they went on a streak there. They had lost like 10-13 or something like that, and it looked like it was lights out, and somehow they have turned the switch, and now here they are. They may be playing in the NLCS next week.
Bryce Harper has not had a history of postseason success, but could have a couple of series wins here if the Phillies can hang on to a 4-2 lead. Alabama answers very quickly. It is 7-7. They're playing a fun one right now in Knoxville. East Carolina and Memphis coming up tonight at 7:30, and I hate that we have to keep saying this, Jeff, but the Pirates, I like them to bounce back. I like them coming off a loss. The problem is, to say that means they lost the previous week. But it seems like when this team loses, they respond well. We hope to see that kind of response tonight. And Mike Houston, a little, I don't know, Jeff, on edge this week, had maybe a different attitude. He's obviously not pleased with his team last Saturday.
Well, Mike takes it very seriously, and why not? I mean, it's his livelihood, Clip, and that's the way coaches are. They live week to week, and, when the Pirates win a game just like any other team, the coaches are in great moods and have smiles on their faces, and you lose a game, and it's a different vibe. So I'm hoping they can find a way to put things together and beat Memphis tonight. As we said just a few minutes ago, it's a big game. I mean, they're all big games. I know every time we talk about this clip, I hear, the media, or more specifically fans, always say, well, this is the biggest game that they're going to play this year. This is the biggest game for Mike Houston and the program, or whatever. Well, you get 12 guaranteed games, and they're all big. You have to go out there and find a way to win each and every week. But this is a big game. There's no doubt about it as far as the record is concerned and the implications for the rest of the season. But let's say, for instance, the Pirates can win this one and, I don't know, maybe pull an upset in the next 2 games. And then, you look at Houston to become bowl eligible, and then that becomes like the biggest game of the year.
Yeah.
So they're all big when you only get 12 of them. And we'll see if the Pirates can put things together. They're coming off a disappointing game last week. I just don't think anybody, from the players to the coaches, felt like they played well at all last week, and they were just disappointed in the performance last week from a lot of different perspectives. And so I think they've challenged the guys this week in practice, and I think the guys will come out and respond. I think they'll play well today. But, Clip, as you and I have talked over the years, and certainly this year again, these teams, you can just throw a blanket over these teams. And on a given Saturday, the Pirates can beat Memphis, and on a given Saturday, Memphis can beat East Carolina. And Memphis has been one of those programs the Pirates have had good success with. I mean, there was a time early on in this series that, ECU owned Memphis, and then Memphis got really good. The Pirate program went down. But East Carolina historically has played well against Memphis. But, again, you can just throw a blanket over so many of these teams, and we talked about it. There is a distinct 2 or 3 teams in this league that are better than the others. But the rest of them, it's hard to say week to week.
And Memphis is one of those teams, almost a typical good group of 5 school that we see their coaches get ready, because they've been really up, Jeff, and they've also been really down.
Oh, yeah,
they
no
have
doubt.
had some major peaks and valleys, and I'll go back early 2000s, mid 2000s. They were good when D'Angelo Williams was running the ball there, and then I remember Chris Johnson. We talked about a game the other day, had 300 yards rushing against them. They were really bad. We saw them in the Cotton Bowl, one of the big New Year's Day bowl games not too long ago.
3 years ago.
Yeah, and then they lose a coach, lose 2 coaches, and it's tough to sustain that success. And I think they're a great example of a team that, if they could get, that's why they are trying so hard to get in one of these quote-unquote power leagues, so maybe they could hold on to a coach if they have success like that.
Well, that's life in the group of 5, Clip. I mean, every school in the group of 5 is in that category, East Carolina included. It's just very difficult to sustain any kind of consistent success at a group of 5 program. And you're right, if you do have that hot year and you've got a coach who has coached his team to one of the better years in the program's history, chances are you're probably going to lose him. And so it's difficult. Then you start all over again with a new coach and a new regime and a new staff. So these jobs are tough. I mean, Mike Houston has a tough job here. There's no doubt about that. And when he came here, Clip, you and I both know this, the cupboard was bare. This thing was a dumpster fire when he got in here. And he's really had to totally rebuild everything. And he has done a wonderful job changing the culture. There's just a big difference now, a different vibe around this football program than there was before Mike got here. And he's done a great job with that. There's no question. And he and his coaches work extremely hard. And they've done a good job recruiting. And they do all the right things. They really do the right things. And they don't bring in any marginal character kind of guys. They bring in good guys. And one of the favorite things I get to do each week is I get to sit down on Tuesdays with the players at the press conference. And I walk out of the Town Bank Tower every week thinking that, boy, these are good guys. Now, when you've got 85 guys on scholarship, another 20 guys walk on, you got 105 guys anywhere from 18 to 21 years old. I'm not saying that they're all choir boys, but they are good guys, almost every single one of them, and they're a pleasure to be around. They're really fun to be around and talk with, and I come away impressed with them as people when I talk to them on Tuesdays. And Lord knows how hard that they work, and they've got so much on their plate with going to school and playing football and other things that they're dealing with in their own personal lives. And So I've got a lot of respect for these kids. I really do, and that's why we pull so hard for them, and that's why we want to see them have success.
And we enjoy our Mondays on the Delcor Players Lounge with them here, Jeff, getting to know them as football players and people. And we rarely even talk football with Isaiah Winstead anymore because he is a very humble guy and doesn't like to talk about himself. And so we just start talking nonsense with him off the field questions to get him to open up a little bit. One of our favorites, Jeff, is Rajay Harris, and he underwent successful surgery on Thursday. Long road ahead of him, but he is one of my favorites to talk to even after this injury. We talked to him the other day, just so positive, and that's tough for this football team. It's great to know, though, that Rajay, he was there with the team last week, Jeff, and kind of putting on his coaching hat, doing whatever he can to still help the team.
Rajay's great. He's one of my favorites, too, as well, Clip, and Rajay is going to come through this bigger and better than ever. I'm convinced of it because he has that incredible, wonderful attitude, and I just love to watch him run the football. He is just so tough. He really epitomizes what a Pirate is all about. And so Rajay is one of my favorites. Another one of my favorites on this team is Miles Berry.
Yeah.
And Miles Berry is a very articulate guy, very bright guy, very good on his feet. And I told him the other day, if he wants to look into broadcasting, I think he has a future as a broadcaster. Obviously, he knows the game of football very well. Very polished for a college kid. And he's been a lot of fun. Of course, he went through some adversity in his life last year. And just have a lot of respect for Miles. And he always is another one of the guys on the team who's got a big smile on his face. So some good guys on this team. And let's be honest about it, Clip, I don't think there's ever been a better kid who's ever come through this program than Holton Ahlers. He's just a wonderful young man. And I know one thing. When I was his age, I would not have been able to handle the kind of criticism that he has taken. And I have never heard him complain about it one bit or say anything at all. And that says just I can't tell you how much that says for a young guy. And to think that he's been in the spotlight since he has been here, since the day he signed his papers.
Yep.
He has been in the spotlight. And you're not always going to go out there and have a great game. And people today have short memories, as we know. But I'll tell you what, he has handled all of that type of criticism and noise, as we say now, just incredibly well.
No doubt about it. Enjoy talking to Holton. Enjoy talking to Rajay. And Miles Berry told us, Jeff, he is bilingual. His phone is in Spanish. Everything on his phone.
Does not surprise. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me.
He is such a fascinating guy, and can, as you said, could make it in broadcasting. He can make it in a lot of different areas. He's going to be a success.
No question.
No matter what he does. Let's talk about on the field, Jeff. Let's talk about this Memphis team and a familiar quarterback with Chase Hennigan back, and talked a lot this week with Coach Harrell and the team about his ability not only to throw the football but also run the football. He's actually, I think, their leading rusher going into this game, Jeff.
He is. Seth Hennigan. He played for his dad in high school in Denton, Texas, the home of the North Texas Mean Green. They will be in the American Athletic Conference next year. They will be a conference opponent for the Pirates. So he decided not to stay home. I don't know if they offered him or he even wanted to go there, but he is from Denton, Texas, goes to Memphis. He had an incredible run as a high school quarterback for his dad at Ryan High School in Denton, and they were 39-2 when he was the quarterback there. And you're right, Clip, he's another one of these dual threat guys that we see in the American Athletic Conference. Saw one last week, of course, with Tulane and Michael Pratt, and a couple of weeks ago, Bohannon was the same kind of guy with USF. So here we are again with Hennigan. He is net rush 171 yards. Now, those are with all the sacks that are totaled into that, because he's actually positive yardage-wise. He's almost at 300 yards. So he can really hurt you running the football. And then he's a very accurate passer, 63.6%. And the stat that jumps off the page at you, 10 touchdowns and only 1 interception. And he's a smart guy. He's got good size. He's 6'3", 210, sophomore, started as a freshman. So, yeah, he is enemy number one. If you're the Pirates today, they have him circled at the top of the scouting report today.
Memphis always has a lot of good skill guys, a lot of running backs in the NFL right now. Antonio Gibson played receiver for him, but running back with Washington, Henderson out. in L.A., Tony Pollard with the Cowboys. So a lot of Tigers spread out through the NFL. How about this team, Jeff? How about their skill guys? Who are you watching out for?
Well, they have the three-headed monster at running back, Clip, because they have three guys and they rotate them in and out. So we're going to have to be really on our toes tonight as we call the game. Brandon Thomas is kind of their lead dog. He's number 22, and he's run for 230 yards. And then Javon Ducker has run for 225 yards. And also Asa Martin has run for 223 yards. So they're almost interchangeable, and their production is almost exactly the same. Now, in the case of Ducker and also Martin, their transfer guys, Ducker was the MAC Freshman of the Year. We talked about the MAC. He played at Northern Illinois and had a great year at Northern Illinois, ran for 1,184 yards. And then he transferred to Memphis. And then Asa Martin is the well-traveled Asa Martin. He has been at both Auburn and Miami, and now here he is at Memphis. So he was a four-star recruit coming out of high school, so you know he's a good player. So, yeah, those are the three guys who are going to run the ball tonight. And then it's not like one or two receivers that you really circle, because they got a bunch of guys who catch passes, kind of like the running backs, who are very even in their production. Their receivers are very even in their production as well. And Gabriel Rogers is a speedy guy. He's number 9. He's got 22 catches on the year, a junior college guy from Jones Community College in Mississippi. Ivory has 19 catches. Eddie Lewis has 20 catches. And the tight end has 21 catches. Also, a guy from my neck of the woods in Dayton, Ohio, is one of their big play guys, a guy named Joe Skates, who is another transfer from Iowa State, is another guy to watch for tonight, number 11. So they've got a bunch of weapons. Clip, I'll tell you what, this Memphis team as well, they have really hit the transfer portal and the JC recruits. They've got guys from all over the place on this team.
That's the offensive side of the ball, Jeff. How about the defense? You can score on this defense, but if they are going well, you know, what are they good at? What's their strength on that side of the ball?
Taking the football away, they have 9 interceptions this year. And I don't know if Quindell Johnson is going to play tonight. I understand he's banged up, but he has 3 picks. And so he is a really good player in the secondary. He's a first-team All-AAC guy. He wears number 15. So if he does play tonight, he'll be a disruptor in the back end of their defense. He's one of their stars. Also, another guy who's a really good player is Jalen Allen, number 22. He plays up front on the defensive line, 6'3", 240, redshirt senior. He had a big game against the Pirates last year. He had 2 sacks, 2 tackles behind the line of scrimmage last year in the game against the Pirates. So he's another one. And, you know, their guys up front are really big. That nose guard, he looks like the swamp monster, although he's a lot taller. Cameron Jackson, he's 6'6" and 340, and so he's a load inside. And then they have an Ohio State transfer at one of their defensive tackle spots. His name is Cormonte Hamilton, and he's a good player. You play for Ohio State and get recruited by the Buckeyes, you know you're a really good player. So he's a good one. And then their linebackers are solid. The leading linebacker for them is a guy named Xavier Cullens. He's the second-team All-AAC performer, and he will wear number 8. And then they've got another transfer who played at Charlotte, played for the 49ers, and his name is Tyler Murray. And now he's transferred in, and he's starting at Memphis. So they've got a lot of guys, as I mentioned, Clip. You can hear as I run down these guys and where they're from or what schools they've been to. They do have a lot of guys from a lot of different places and a lot of transfers on this team.
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, when it comes to injuries on the Pirates side on the Orthopedics East Injury Report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online, orthoeast.com. Jeff, Marlon Gunn banged up last week. Keaton Mitchell didn't look 100%, but we expect to see both of those Pirate running backs today, right?
I think so. I think we'll see both of them, and you're right about Keaton. I couldn't tell a whole lot of difference, but Andrew Bays is doing a really good job, as our analyst continued to mention it during the radio broadcast last week. He said, I think Keaton's, just not quite right yet. Maybe 80 to 90%. But from what I hear, Clip, he's had a good practice, and he should be back to, if not 100%, very close to it.
Jalen Johnson, we didn't see him last week. Jeff, do you know if he'll give it a go today?
I don't know, Clip. Every time I talk about injuries, I get in trouble, so I'm not going to say a whole lot.
And they don't tell you anything. They don't have to, so they don't. They don't.
Well,
tell
if
us
they
anything.
do, I'm sworn to secrecy.
All right, there you go. So you could tell me, but you'd have to kill me, and I'd rather not pass away today. So we'll move along from the injury report. Pirates got to play better in all three phases, Jeff. And I hate to beat a dead horse, but this is the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We're talking Pirate football, getting folks ready for the game tonight. Any changes in special teams, or do we see the same unit roll out there, Jeff? What do you think?
Well, I think we'll know when the game kicks off, and we'll see. I don't know. I mean, they can't be really happy with what they have seen, obviously. 5 missed extra points in 6 games. That's not good. And again, Clip, they work extremely hard. I talked to Coach Houston about this off the air this week, and I don't think he would mind me sharing this. But he said that nobody works harder on special teams than we do. And I mean, they look at everything and they wind that tape back, 6 or 8 or 10 different times and look at everything from different angles. And they put the stopwatch on the hold and the snap and everything in between. And so they're really working on it. They've had some issues, as we know, up front blocking on the field goal unit team and also on the extra point team. So I think they've looked hard at that. They've also looked at the snapping situation. Coach Houston told me this week that he has never been around a better holder than Luke Larson. So Luke Larson, I'm sure, is going to be the guy, holding the ball. They've got other guys that they work out during the week in practice as holders and as snappers and kickers. They work a lot of these kids out, and, of course, they want to continue the competition for these spots, too, with the guys who are starting and also with the guys who are blocking up front on the special teams unit. So I don't really know. We'll see when we run out there, and I'm not sure what's going to happen today. I just hope Owen Daffer kind of gets things back turned around again. We know he's so capable. I mean, this is the same guy that was 19 out of 23 field goal-wise last year. And we thought at that time, well, this guy's just going to be the kicker for the Pirates for the next 4 years. Yeah. And then, you just don't know about kickers. And stuff happens, and we've seen this stuff happen this year.
That it has. Got to get the offense rolling again today, Jeff. And who do you like in this Pirate passing attack today? Who's your pick to click offensively for East Carolina today?
Well, Holton's got to have a good game. We know that. And I think Holton will be ready to go, as he always is. I mean, Holton's always ready to go. He loves to play, and he's got the great attitude. So, yeah, Holton will be ready to go. Winstead, it was so good to see Isaiah named to the Biletnikoff Award list this week. Good for him. And he leads this team with 43 catches. They'll try and get the ball to him. And C.J. Johnson has been terrific in this inside receiver spot. And so C.J. Could have a big game today. I really believe that. And then we'll see, the rest of the guys who fill in. They keep waiting, Clip, for Josiah Hatfield to take a step forward. And Josiah only has 1 catch this year for -3 yards. Wow. And I think going into the season, they thought Josiah was going to be a big weapon for this team. And he's capable. You go back to his freshman year, I was looking at his stats the other day, and we were really excited about him. And we know he can fly. He can really run. But, he's just had things that have held him back in his career, and a lot of it has been nagging injuries. You just got to find a way to stay on the field, and he's had a bad run of luck as far as that's concerned. And every week I talk with the coaches. I mean, they haven't given up on him. They're like, well, I think Josiah's about ready to turn the corner. He's really going to help us. And then, the game comes up, and there's not a whole lot of production there. So maybe this is the game Josiah puts it together. We know he's got the ability, Clip, and hopefully he can have a big one. And then, I love the Pirate tight ends. I love Calhoun. I love Jones. I mean, Ryan Jones is just so versatile, the way they use him. And, he's always capable of having a big game.
Yeah, no doubt. Had a touchdown wiped off the board last week. Would have been his 5th straight game with a touchdown. So it's time to start a new streak for Ryan Jones, who has had a really good year for the Pirates this year. All right, they're going to kick it off 7:30 tonight, East Carolina and Memphis. The Voice will be back on the call with Kevin Monroe this time, and talked about it a little bit with Kevin when he joined us on the show earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live, Jeff. He He's got kids now playing football, and it is crazy. He said that a lot of Pirate fans probably think it was, just yesterday he was playing, but that was 20 plus years ago. Kevin Monroe was on the field. So
I know.
Now he's got kids that
high school.
He needs to go watch play. So I think it's neat that he's still able to do some home games, and now Andrew Bay's in the mix doing some road games with you.
Well, Kevin's done a great job. There's no doubt about that. I've never really had to coach Kevin up very much, Clip, and I've never really had to tell him a whole lot because he was kind of a natural for this. He's got a big personality. He's got the gift of gab. He knows the game of football very well. He's a Pirate. He grew up in Greenville. And from the very first game, and of course we broke him in as the sideline guy, and then moved him up to the booth when Carl Lester Crumpler decided to do some other things. So Kevin's just a little bit of a natural to do this, and he's been really good. So on top of that, he's a great guy, great family. I know his mom and dad, and his wife's a doctor, and the kids are great kids. So wanted to try and find a way to keep him involved, and so we were able to do that. And I'm excited about Andrew. Andrew's going to be good. Andrew, we have thrown in the fire. He has never done this kind of work at all, and he has just the 2 games under his belt now. But he's going to continue to improve and get better, and we're coaching him up every week. And what I like about Andrew is his attitude. And we talk after every game, and he's very good and very open-minded, and he accepts constructive criticism very, very well. He's serious about doing this, and he's serious about doing a really good job every week. So I appreciate that from him. I really appreciate Andrew's attitude. So I'm excited about working with him. We got Kevin the next 2, and then I've been teasing Andrew a little bit. I said, you signed up for this thing, and you signed up for that 5-hour airplane ride to Provo and to BYU here in about 2 weeks, which is not going to be a whole lot of fun.
And a shorter flight to Cincinnati, but still late night, Friday night, Saturday morning. Going to be a weird one there, Jeff. So
real weird. And then don't forget that big trip to Temple in Philadelphia coming up, too, where it could be 34 degrees and snowing sideways, and 800 people are in the stadium.
There you go. The voice, Jeff Charles, we are honored to have him hang out with us. Hour 1 home games here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, we'll let you get out to the stadium and get ready to call. It should be a great night for football. Have a great call, and can't wait to visit with you again next week.
Sounds great, Clip. Thanks for having me each and every week. And, yeah, let's get this win here today and have a big win to talk about next week.
Yes, sir. Sounds like a plan. As we go to break, about to cut this one off. Philly 7, Braves 2, 6th inning. The voice is right again.
I saw that, Jeff. I saw that fist bump.
I got the fist bump going because I finally got one right.
And sports guy, Chan Man, is he going to get one right? Tennessee 21, Alabama 7.
I love the Volunteers, and I also love Syracuse, Clip. And right now, the pack trail, the orange, 10-3. Chambers is out. It is now M.J. Morris in quarterback for NC State.
So does the bubble burst today for the Pack if they lose this one?
Sounds like it, boys. Yeah. And
well, they lost Devin Leary for the season.
Yeah, I mean, they got some bad news coming their way left and right now up there in New York. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Have more for you. Hour 2, we'll have a tailgate check-in. We'll also hear Jeff Charles' interview with Holton Ahlers when we return to kick off Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients.
Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road in Winterville, and a new location coming soon to Uptown Greenville.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey, Pirate Nation, this is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the game day pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the game day pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. Wings Over delivers. If you're looking for wings to be delivered to your home, Wings Over Greenville has you covered with no third party needed. Wings Over Greenville has its own in-house delivery service. Be sure to try the all-new tender sandwiches by ordering ahead on the Wings Over mobile app. Open till 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, Wings Over has everything to cure those late-night munchies. Give them a call at 758-9464. Wings Over Greenville. They deliver.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right. Just munching on some fried chicken, grain beans, and a few hush puppies from Parker's Barbecue, hooking us up with an awesome pregame spread. 3 locations in Greenville to serve you. Great football food, great family food. Check out Parker's Barbecue at one of their 3 locations or online. They ship nationwide.
And I'm telling you, this macaroni and cheese from Parker's is absolutely the bomb.
Out of this world?
Out of this world, Clip Rock.
All right, there is Chandler with his recommendation on what side to get at Parker. Shirley Rhodes here as well. Quick stat to consider on the UBE stat sheet, brought to you by UBE, pirateware.com.
Stat to consider.
They have those cool mini helmets that ECU will be rocking today with the white, with the pirate script. They have the mini helmets available at UBE while supplies last, selling like hotcakes, as Jeff and Chad talked about yesterday on the UBE Pirate Preview, but check those out. East Carolina, 2-0 at home this year when I attend games, 0-2 at home when I'm not there. I'll be there tonight. So factor that into your predictions and perhaps your bet on this football game.
I was out and about in the tailgating zone, which we were about to go out to and talk to Troy D., but I ran into Josh Thomas, loyal listener to Pirate Radio, and he said, I hope Clip is coming because it seems like he is the good luck charm. And I said, Josh, you're in luck. He will be in attendance tonight with myself.
I will. I'll do my part, and hopefully that you are doing your part. People tuned in to today's show. Get those like numbers up. We need those likes to rise on YouTube, Facebook. Show us that you care. Let's head out to the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Troy D joining us on the Pitt Electric Live Line. A beautiful day for tailgating outside of Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Troy, what's going on?
Hey, Cliff, I got 2 questions for you. Don't go anywhere, okay? You there?
I'm right here.
All right. First question. Name this sound. Can you name it?
It sounded like a hammer.
Nope. That is Troy D cutting himself some fine Eastern North Carolina barbecue fresh off the pig, as that is what we have for tailgating. Touchdown, Tony Collins alongside. What do you think, Tony? It's good. Tony? Are we talking about the game or the food? The food. Oh, yeah, it's good. Now, you've sat with me many times. Cliff and Chandler are coming to the game. I was going to extend them a ticket. Do you guys, first of all, do y'all still need a ticket to the game, Cliff and Chandler?
I believe we're good on that department.
Oh, okay. I was going to have y'all sit with me, but if not, then I'll have Tony Collins there. So I was going to give you a bigger, better offer, but unless you already got one. Wow.
Boy, that sucks for Tony. Where was he going to be in this scenario?
Well, we'll relocate Tony, but we'll get him in the stadium.
Relocate.
He's one of our Hall of Famers. We're going to look after him.
Yeah, it sounds like
if
it.
y'all want to sit front row. Anyway, y'all decide. Let me know later off there.
All right.
What a great tailgate. Our buddy Tim Sawyer from State Farm cooking up the pig from Beaufort County. Of course,
Boco.
I got to tell you, you guys do it right at Boco.
We can cook for sure. We don't do much else right, but we sure can cook big.
You ain't lied yet. Yeah, this is fantastic. It's such an endorsement. Billy Parker was here an hour ago. Of course, they serve barbecue in the stadium in the Airmark, and they serve Parker barbecue sandwiches. Billy came over and said, let me get some of that stuff. Broke it open a little early for Billy. I was like, well, Billy, you're around pigs every day. He's like, yeah, but I like to try other people's too. And he stayed here like 30 minutes eating it.
Well, Billy cooks 25 pigs a day. I cook 3 a year. It's a lot easier to get it right 3 times a year than it is 25 times a day.
It's like when the godfather of pigs, Billy Parker from Parker's Barbecue, gives you an endorsement, that's pretty good.
That's awesome, man. I love Billy. Great folks. They do it right. They do it every day, and they're very consistent in what they do. I'm just fortunate to be here. Glad you guys invited me out, and maybe we'll get to do it again sometime.
I got to tell you, this is awesome tailgating weather. I know it's going to be a little cooler tonight, but right now, this is shorts and T-shirt weather. It is actually hot out here. Sunny skies, barely cloud in the sky. Tony, this is about as good as it gets right here.
This is great football weather for anybody, man. I'm looking forward to a great game. I think we're going to come out today, and I'm very optimistic. We're going to come out and put about 47 points on the board today.
All right, I like it. And, Clint, we got a great food, as we said, from Tim Sawyer kicking up on site here. Not only the fresh pig, but all the sides. Also, thanks to our friends at Carolina Eagle Distributing. They, of course, feature ice-cold Bud Lights and Michelob Ultras and all the seltzers. We got plenty of those available. And, of course, our friends at Minji's Bottling Group with all their great Pepsi products for the kids and Aquafina and the water. So, got a lot of fun out here. We're getting cranked up. We got still a ways to go until kickoff, 7:30. Late kickoff tonight, 7:30. But that's the good news is a lot of extra time to tailgate today, so still plenty of time to get out here and enjoy yourself as we're in the shadow of Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium at Elhurst School, having a great time in the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, as always. And we look forward to seeing you guys at the stadium later tonight. And if you want front row seats, hit me up.
All right, sounds good. And, Troy, before you go, I got a question for you. See if you can identify a sound. Are you ready?
All right, yeah.
All right, here we go. Do you know what that sound is?
That is the laughter of, I'm going to say, Tony Collins. And maybe Chandler, and maybe Clip.
No, that's everyone laughing at the Bears losing to the Commanders on Thursday night.
I got to tell you, you want to feel bad. I think all these people feel bad about East Carolina. You want to feel bad about a football team, go be a Bears fan. It's really good about East Carolina, okay? So
tough times.
For the Chicago Bears, go watch that last game Thursday night, and you'll appreciate what we have going on here in Greenville a little bit more.
All right, Troy D, we'll check in with you coming up in an hour.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
All right, there you go. That was the first bit of junk I've talked since that awful football game on Thursday night.
Awful.
But Chandler, a win is a win.
A win is a win. All we do is win, no matter what.
Speaking of which, Chandler, you're first place in our football picks on Friday. You chose not to participate this week.
I thought about it yesterday. I literally was like, you know what? I forgot to do something, and that was submit my picks. And so I guess I'm out.
Well, the games don't start till tomorrow, so we'll give you a chance. We'll pick them. We'll pick them here during this show.
Okay.
We'll do a lightning round.
Okay.
Chandler's NFL picks.
This is where it goes all wrong, right here.
I hope so. I am way behind. The bad part is you could sit this out week, and I sit out this week, and I still would not catch up with you. I'm so far behind you.
Wow.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, let's hear from Holton Ahlers, East Carolina quarterback. He visited with the voice Jeff Charles earlier this week, and we'll go over some numbers on the UB stat sheet first. This East Carolina passing offense is averaging 309 yards per game. Holton has been good at times. He has been bad at times. Last week throwing in a couple of interceptions, and in games the Pirates have won, he's played some pretty clean football. In the Pirate losses, they have had turnovers. So that is certainly a key stat to look at each and every week on how this thing's going to go. Here is the voice one-on-one with the Pirates signal caller, Holton Ahlers.
Visit now with Holton Ahlers. Holton, they're all big games. You only get 12 guaranteed chances every year. This one coming up Saturday with Memphis is the next big one, of course, on the schedule. So how do you feel about this one?
Yeah, it's a huge one for us. We got to turn around and you find out a lot about a team after losses. So we're going to have to come out there and play good football and figure out a way how to win. They're a good football team. They should have beat Houston. Obviously, I mean they had a rough. The last 2 minutes they dominated that whole game, and just last 2 minutes of it they didn't win. And Houston, a lot of luck went their way to win that game. So we just got to come out and figure out who we are and play better football.
Yeah, no doubt about that. When you talk about playing better football, Holton, what are some of the areas you think this team can improve in?
Yeah, certainly, win third downs. Offensively, we got to stay on the field, and defensively, we got to get off the field. Win the turnover battles, just things like that are simple. Be good in the red zone, which is, that's just winning football, and that's what you got to do to win football games that we didn't do this past Saturday. So we're on to Memphis now. We're excited about the opportunity. We just got to go out there and play better football.
9 straight weeks before an open date. Guys get banged up, they get bruised. I know you have, and so have a lot of other guys. So this is going to be the 7th straight week, 7 games in a row. It's not easy on the body, is it?
No, yeah, it's not. But, football's, not a game for the week. You're going to get banged up, and, that training room's going to be full, midpoint through the season, which is where we're at right now. So just going to continue to get PT and get the guys as healthy as possible. Once that first game starts, you're not going to be 100%, the rest of the year type thing. So just get as much your body as the best it can feel by Saturday as possible, and then restart it next week.
Holton, let's talk about this Memphis defense. You'll see they're giving up 27 points a game. They always have a lot of athletes on defense, guys who can really run. What do you see?
Yeah, like you said, they got a ton of athletes, and they're huge up front, probably one of the bigger D-lines we'll play all year. They got a really good D-end. They move them around a lot. They have a couple, different looks where we're going to have to, game plan for them and figure out, who we want to mic on certain situations and stuff like that. But, I got a good feel for them. Just got to continue throughout the week, see if I can pick up some tendencies and go into Saturday, playing free.
That's Holton Ahlers.
All right, there is the voice one-on-one with the Pirate quarterback. Holton on the year has 1,820 passing yards, 16 touchdowns to 5 interceptions on the season. So touchdown number pretty good, interception number too high for 6 games into the year. But again, he has played some games where he has been clean. What was it, 6 touchdowns to no picks in the win over South Florida. So Holton in this passing offense sputtered a little bit last week. I think they get going today and look a lot better. Although, and Blake Harrell kind of was asked this and talked about this this week, that you're seeing different teams, different schemes every week defensively, but some of these teams are going to start copycatting what Navy did or what Tulane was able to do. And Tulane's got good players on the defensive side of the ball, but we'll see if Memphis takes a page out of those books to give East Carolina some issues today when the Pirates have the football. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we'll check in. Stephen Igo hoists the colors. Igo via phone today. He got an excused absence. He wanted to relax and watch the Mariners before he has to head out to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. So that's fair. First playoff game in 21 years at home. And right now there is no score. But the M's are threatening. Runners on the corners, 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Tennessee doing something they haven't done today, and that's punt the football. What is this guy doing? Oh, my God. An Alabama player runs over and tries to pick up a punt on special teams. Nick Saban is losing his mind. That'll be on social media. Oh, and it's not the punt returner. It's just some guy on special teams trying to pick up the ball. It gets kicked around. Tennessee recovers. What a bonehead play. And Nick Saban can't believe it. Tennessee going to be set up with great field position and a 21-10, 17-10 lead right now.
They had 21.
21-10 lead.
21-10.
Over Bama-Lama.
And State has the ball at Syracuse. They're down 10-3. Jack Chambers is back in the game. It wasn't an injury situation earlier. I believe they're trying to give former 4-star recruit out of high school, MJ Moore, some snaps. It looks like they're trying to go with a 2-quarterback system here, as it was announced today that Devin Leary will miss the rest of the year with a shoulder surgery coming up for him.
All right, we'll keep you updated on everything going on in college football as Tennessee is going to have it first and goal after a big pass play. Rocky Top is rocking, and the Vols have Bama on the ropes here in the first half. We'll take a timeout, come back, more to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does short points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Will the you of tomorrow be happy with the you of today? It all depends on the decisions the you of today makes. For instance, the you of today has an excellent career opportunity with Delcor Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The pay is great, very competitive with other HVAC companies. Plus, you could get a $1,500 sign-on bonus. The you of tomorrow will enjoy some time away because Delcor also offers paid vacation. Most HVAC companies don't. And since the you of today has some experience, Delcor might just hire you on the spot.
Delcor is hiring 12 experienced HVAC and plumbing professionals immediately. You must have a valid driver's license, ability and desire to work, and legally eligible to work in the U.S. Delcor offers a sign-on bonus up to $1,500, plus one of the best benefits packages in the industry, including health insurance, paid vacation, and retirement options. Learn more at DelcorInc.com. That's DelCorinc.com.
The you of tomorrow will thank the you of today for getting a job at Delcor. Delcor is an equal opportunity employer.
UBE And PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Here today with Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood. Hey Jeff, how's inventory going?
Inventory levels are increasing. For the first time in over 45 days, we have Mazdas in stock, Buick in stock, Cadillac in stock, and GMC in stock. I highly encourage the customer to go to GMC.com, build and price their vehicle, share that with Brown & Wood, and let us place your order. We need some price protection for these customers, and you got to place an order to have that.
Brown & Wood, your #1 dealership in Greenville, and the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Do you have an old injury or just some pain that keeps holding you back? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
This is Jeremy Lewis, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
Well, Alabama cannot catch a break after a muffed punt. Tennessee puts another 7 points on the board. They now lead Alabama 28-10 in the second quarter. It is Syracuse leading NC State 10-3, and it's probably about 10 seconds left in the first half. TCU trailing Oklahoma State 24-7. It's Georgia cruising over Vanderbilt. Is 28-0 in the second quarter in that game. And Tulane has a 10-7 lead over South Florida in the second quarter. And Ole Miss beats Auburn after a weather delay by a final of 48-34. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. And you can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules. And we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, welcome back to hour 2 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Big game in the FCS today. Number 1, North Dakota State leading number 2, South Dakota State, 21-7 at halftime. The Bison with the lead there. 30 minutes left to go in Fargo. All right, let's head out to the Pitt Electric Live Line. No score between the Astros and Mariners. Braves are down to their final 6 outs. They trailed the Phillies 7-3. They're playing in the bottom of the 7th inning. Stephen Igo, Mariners fan, joins us here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate on the Pitt Electric Live Line. Mariners threatened in the bottom of the second, couldn't score, Igo, but what's it like watching the first home Mariners game in the playoffs in 21 years?
It's definitely a little surreal, man. I wish I could be there because it looks like an awesome atmosphere. And they even brought back King Felix for the first pitch. You know, he never got to pitch in a playoff game, so I think when they clinched the playoff spot, everybody wanted them to get Felix back, and it was awesome to see that video. You know, just because I grew up pretty much watching him just be such an awesome pitcher but never get the chance to pitch in the postseason, so it was cool for him to at least have that moment of getting to come back home. But yeah, I wish it was 1-1 or hell. I mean, they're even 2 swings away from being up in the series 2-0. But if they could at least win one at home and push the Astros a little bit, that would be, ideal.
Yeah, football Saturday with some big postseason baseball. 4 playoff games going on in postseason baseball today. So I go a lot to pay attention to from the baseball side, and then you'll turn your attention to this Pirate team that has a monster game coming up tonight against the Memphis Tigers. It seemed like Mike Houston was a little, on edge maybe Wednesday, kind of a serious tone, which he always has, but I'm sure he was disappointed, upset with this team's performance Saturday. So, did you get that feeling kind of all week from the coaches and players that they are really locked in for this Memphis game?
Yeah, I think there's a realization of, you look at the schedule, and, coaches and players always say they take it one game at a time. But, I mean, they all know the situation where if you drop this game, you're going to be underdogs against UCF, Cincinnati, BYU, and the 3 games to follow, maybe even Houston down the road. I think there's a realization, and they're not going to come out and say it, but this is a must-win situation if you want to kind of salvage your season, get momentum. If you drop this game, there's going to be real issues. I mean, and nobody expected ECU to be 3-3 at this point now. We never expected Tulane to be this good, and Navy has certainly improved since the first couple of games. But I just look back at that Navy game. If you didn't, find a way to mess that one up and you won that game, you wouldn't have kind of this sense of, I don't want to say panic, but nervous energy surrounding this game of it really being a situation where Pirates feel like they have to win. But maybe it's a good thing. They seem to play well after losses. They seem to be able to bounce back well. And I got the sense that the guys are locked in. You just kind of wish it would be that way every week and not just coming off a loss. And certainly Memphis might be in the same situation coming off a disappointing loss to Houston. But I think ECU will be locked in and ready to go today. I'd be extremely disappointed if they don't play well. Yeah, and one good thing, this Memphis defense on paper not as good as the Tulane defense you saw last week. And Donnie Kirkpatrick answered questions on why week to week the offense is up and down, and he gave a lot of credit to Tulane and what they were doing with their zone last week and moving coverages and things like that, making it difficult for Holton Ahlers and this offense. And I think you said it when you joined us on Pirate Radio Live this week that, credit to Tulane, but in year 5 of Holton Ahlers, and Donnie Kirkpatrick's been here a while now. A lot of these guys have been here a while. You would hope East Carolina could kind of dictate what they want to do on offense, but that has not been the case. So you want to see more of them kind of being the aggressor and not settling for what the defense gives you. I think you brought up that point earlier this week. Hope that can begin today. Yeah, I mean, football is so much of it is about matchups, but you also want to have an identity that you can always kind of fall back on or count on. If you don't have a matchup, say, hey, we're going to do this, and we're going to do it to our strength, to the best of our ability, and if they can stop it, good on them. But it feels like ECU offensively right now kind of plays to always what the defense is giving them, and I guess in some ways that's good, but you also kind of have to have something you hang your hat on. If you're going to do that, you're playing against a defense like Tulane, I would like to see, some tempo or some urgency to make them uncomfortable. They were kind of dictating the pace and really in control of that entire game, and at no point did I feel like ECU was really dictating the pace or kind of taking it to them. I mean, they were just kind of able to do whatever they wanted on defense. And so, I don't know, it just, at some point you have to be able to play well against above-average offense or above-average defenses to be a above-average football team. I mean, right now, the realistic outlook on this team is it's an average team, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's certainly a lot better than what they were under Scotty Montgomery. They've beaten, for the most part, the teams they should beat outside of Navy, and they've lost to the teams that you would pick them to lose to on paper. Today is kind of a more even matchup. We thought last week was a more even matchup, and the Pirates dropped that one. But, you're still an underdog today. What is it, at 6 now in favor of the Pirates? So, on paper, you should win this game. And then, to me, if you can do that, then kind of your season, whether it's success or not, it kind of boils down to the next 3 games and kind of how you fare there against really good football teams. But they got to get this one today. If you lose today, it's going to be a really disappointing outcome for the Pirates. The strength of this team has been its defense this year, although starting to talk a little bit more about giving up big plays in the passing game, some 3rd and longs, and
and getting hurt on those, but the numbers on the UBE stat sheet show that this Pirate defense overall has been really good in 2022, just allowing 21 points per game, giving up 114 yards on the ground, and they were great on that last week. The problem is they got hit through the air. East Carolina giving up an average of 256 through the air for a total of 371, and the third down numbers are still good. They're giving up just 35% on third down. Teams opponents are 29 of 82, but you're starting to see more I guess chatter I go about the secondary, and are there weaknesses that are maybe being hidden because East Carolina's been so good inside the red zone, and that has allowed field goals instead of touchdowns or no points at all. So how about this Blake Harrell defense halfway through the season, and are you concerned at all with some of these trends with this Memphis and Hennigan, this offense coming to town?
Not too concerned yet, although I think today will be a big test. I mean, Memphis' passing offense is better than Tulane, so if they don't clean up some of the things on the back end, they're going to get exposed again today. Now, they'll give up their yards. I mean, Memphis they move the football, and they score points there. They've been an offensive team for like 6 or 7 years now, so I would be surprised. To me, if you hold Memphis to less than 30 points, and certainly in the low 20s, it's a successful outing compared to what they've been under this kind of regime. And even though this is a newer coach in his third year, he was there previously. So I feel like, you just have to get to that point where if you're even last week they gave up some big plays, but you hold a team to 24 points, and while that's not great against Tulane, it's certainly good enough to win. But the concern is the pass defense, and Patrick Mason from the Reflector had a good question earlier this week. He kind of asked, you guys are so successful against the run, but is that taken away from what you're doing, pass coverage-wise? And Blake Harrell kind of admitted that it was. So he said they kind of have to pick their spots, maybe gamble a little bit to play a little bit more pass coverage in certain situations, perhaps, second and long or early downs where they try to guess when the opponent might be throwing the football, because they have done a really good job against the run. I mean, they've stifled it pretty well outside of the second half against USF, and so if they continue to do that, they're going to be in good shape. And then you just have to make some plays. I can't name, but maybe 1 or 2 plays that the secondary has made this year. You had the Jireh Wilson pick against NC State.
Yeah.
Outside of that, nobody has stepped up and jumped a route or batted a ball away that often. There's just not many contested plays on the back end.
Very bend but don't break for this Pirate defense so far in 2022. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us. Igo does the Edge every week on hoistthecolors.net. What are the biggest advantages for ECU for Memphis today? Is there a big, discrepancy in one of the matchups today?
It's kind of interesting because it's a little even in terms of both offenses are really pass-heavy numbers-wise, and both defenses are vulnerable against the pass, and both defenses have been really good against the run. So, of course, we'll probably break all this down, and then both teams will go out there running the football for a bunch of yardage. But, on paper, it just looks like it's one of those matchups. Whoever can either, A, get to the quarterback, or B, make some plays in the secondary will have a chance to win this game. Because I just see both teams being able to move the football through the air and really without, too much resistance, barring something crazy. Now, both offensive lines have given up some pressures. Memphis' offensive line is historically really good, but they've struggled a little bit this year. Special teams is the difference for me. I mean, they have been kicking the ball really well this year. Their place kicker is 11 for 11 on field goals. He's missed 1 extra point. He's got a long of 47. ECU, we all know the deal. It sounds like we could get a new kicker today. Andrew Conrad may get the opportunity to kick based on what I'm hearing. So that'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us here on the Pit Electric Live Line. Igo, thanks for joining us. Get back to the Mariners, and we'll see you out at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
You too. There is Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors. Little nugget there at the end, hearing we could see Andrew Conrad as a Pirate kicker today. So if East Carolina goes out for an extra point or field goal. Keep an extra eye on who's out there to do the kicking.
Yeah, it's been a tough year for one Owen Daffer, and we've been asking for several weeks now, when is there going to be a change? And it sounds like, according to Stephen Igo, that change might be made today with Andrew what was his name? I'm sorry.
Andrew Garfield, I believe, was Spider-Man. I think Tobey Maguire is the kicker today.
Andrew Conrad looks like he might be getting his opportunity today for the Pirates, so let's keep a close eye on that.
If you had to pick
Oh, my God! It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Andrew Garfield kicking for the Pirates.
If you had to pick one actor that played Spider-Man to kick today, who would you pick?
Andrew Garfield.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, I'm sorry, but I'm a Tobey Maguire guy.
You don't need to apologize for that because, that's my Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Back in my age range. Shirley's shaking her head.
Shirley?
Who do you like, Shirley?
Tom Holland. You a Tom Holland guy?
I love Tom Holland, but I also love Andrew Garfield. I thought Andrew Garfield, until Tom Holland came along, was the best Spider-Man.
I watched not too long ago the most recent movie where they were all in it. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 5.
Far From Home? No.
No Way Home.
No Way
Far
Home.
From Home.
Yeah, No Way Home.
I'm
That's
at Home. Home Alone.
But hearing that nugget from Stephen Igo that Andrew Conrad might be getting the opportunity today, Joe in Greensboro is ecstatic.
Yeah.
He called into the show, what, was it earlier this week?
Yeah, it was Monday.
And he just started rolling off stats about Andrew Conrad and the great kicker that he was in high school. I believe he said a 4-year starter at his high school, so might be getting his first action in college today for the Pirates.
Yeah, and if he makes a field goal, we're going to have to replay that call on the 5th quarter tonight. Actually, we might pull it up for this show if I can get to it, if I can find it.
I'm sorry. I just got a text message I thought was hilarious. A friend of mine just texted me, tell me why my neighbor on his back deck just sang, I go!
I go! Sound the horns. Stephen Igo is here. That's good to know folks are out there doing that. All right, let's take a break. We will come back and talk to Patrick Mason. We'll have some fun, you know.
That was fun.
That would be fun.
Big game for the Pirates.
Talk to Patrick Mason. Let's find out how he did in this kickball game.
Yeah, let's see if he won.
That'd be cool.
I know it was fun, though.
Hendon Hooker is giving Alabama hail. 28-17, Vols over the Tide, and Hooker runs a first down inside the Alabama 40-yard line. So Tennessee just moving up and down the field on this Crimson Tide defense. They are up 11. We'll keep an eye on that and all the other scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dubuck. Braves down to their final 3 outs. They trail at 7-3. No score between the Astros and Mariners. More to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
It's bow time.
The Memphis concert featuring CMA New Artist of the Year, Jimmy Allen, is coming.
Give you my best shot.
Join Bojangles Friday, October 14th at Lawson Creek Park in New Bern for Jimmy Allen.
Down home. Oh, you know mama's still cooking and down home.
Gates open at 4:30. Coolers are not allowed. The Memphis concert, Friday, October 14th at Lawson Creek Park in New Bern. For tickets and info, go to mumfest.com. Mumfest.com.
It's bow time.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphousenc.com.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Beauty Bar Medi Spa wants to know if you are ready to fall into beauty October 7th through the 14th. All services and products will be on sale. Botox, filler, painless laser hair removal, facials, RF microneedling, rejuvenating laser treatments to treat brown spots, wrinkles, texture, veins, and skin tightening. And now, the only facility in the area to offer non-surgical under-eye fat pad treatments. BeautyBarMedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Go Pirates!
Better ingredients, better pizza, better brace yourself because this right here is a Papa John's Papa Bowl. No crust, just piping hot toppings and melty cheese in an oven-baked bowl. Better ingredients, better pizza, now in a bowl. Papa John's.
Hey, Pirate fans, brace yourself for the brand new Papa Bowls for only $7.99. The new Papa Bowls are an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back, and for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the close to 60,000 followers today and clip a real quick Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update for you. South Florida has taken the lead over to Lane as they scored a touchdown. They now lead the Green Wave 14-10 with about 6 minutes to go in the first half.
All right, interesting score there. USF trying to pull off an upset. Tennessee goes for it. They're in no man's land around the 35, 4th and 6. And boy, Hendon Hooker just missed the receiver, overthrew him. Would have been another touchdown. Instead, Alabama takes over, trailing 28-17, 2:44 left to go in the first half. Braves, is that a dinger? Oh, gross. Bryce Harper home run. 8-3 Phillies over the Braves in the 8th inning. No score between the Astros and Mariners in the 4th inning. On the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Dubuck.
Dubuck.
All right, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line and talk to Patrick Mason, Daily Reflector. He joins us today here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Patrick, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Cliff? How's it going?
Doing great. Great day for a game of football in Eastern North Carolina. And Patrick, we've asked the players this. How about, are you excited to have another home game? No travel this week. You just get to roll into the stadium, roll out of there?
Yeah, it's honestly incredible, right? You can wake up in your own bed and, do all the rest. And yeah, I'm definitely excited to be at home here for at least 2 weeks. So Yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
You were there last week and witnessed East Carolina being held to 9 points, giving up some plays in the passing game and more special teams issues. Everything that could have gone wrong kind of went wrong for ECU last week. So how do they clean up some of those areas? First on offense, what do you want to see from this Pirate team today?
I think I just need to see them it sounds simple, but just pick up some first downs early, just kind of get a drive going. I wanted to see them to be aggressive a little bit. You know, I'm kind of curious. I feel like everyone always, I mean, me included, we kind of stopped talking about the chemistry factor past, preseason camp. And I wonder if that's still affected them a little bit. Just trying to get used to playing with each other, because it felt at times last week the offense was sticking, and it's just it really just didn't find a rhythm. So I just want to see him just kind of get some good catches going, build some confidence, and just start fast and keep it going.
Defensively, on a positive last week, pass rush got going, especially in the second half. East Carolina able to get to Michael Pratt. Bad news, gave up some big plays in that passing game that needs to be cleaned up in the secondary there. So you got another high-powered offense. Seth Hennigan coming in here today. So how about defensively for East Carolina, Patrick? What are some things you'll be looking forward to today?
Yeah, you really mentioned it. Especially the second half, the pass rush got home. I was looking to a guy, Chad Stevens, who's got basically a sack in the last 2 weeks. So he's playing really well, and I feel like, obviously, another thing we're saying, it seems simple, but if you can kind of just get to that quarterback and just, make them move around and think about a pass rush, it'll really help out the pass defense. Because honestly, ECU is really dominating in run defense. Just really shutting some teams down, but they're definitely vulnerable in the pass, and, that'll be something to watch out for.
Patrick Mason joining us. Just talked to Stephen Igo a moment ago, Patrick, and he said he's hearing that could see Andrew Conrad in at kicker today. Might be a change. And, with a holder, will Luke Larson continue to hold, and will the rest of the group stay the same? I don't know, but obviously that's something that needs to be cleaned up. Could today potentially be the day we see some new things on that kicking side of things?
Yeah, I don't think anything's off the table, and we definitely saw a very different Mike Houston this week, especially on Wednesday. He was very pointed, very, he was saying, he got the message across, something was going to go on. So I feel like a hard time that, special teams will actually still be an issue. That's something like I feel like, they really got to figure out, and this is the week where anything's on the table, honestly. I feel like, they really just got to do something here, and what are you to lose, honestly? Just try something different.
Patrick Mason joining us. Patrick, as you've looked at Memphis, what stands out to you about them? What, concerns you if you're an East Carolina fan?
Just probably another mobile-style quarterback where just has the ability to hurt you if he can kind of pull the ball down and run. But he makes good decisions. He has one interception. So, obviously, if he's throwing the ball, it's be paramount to try to get some turnovers. And also, they got 3 different guys with 200 rushing yards, so they can kind of keep coming at you with a whole different rotation. But, I guess that doesn't scare me as much because, ECU has done a good job against the run. But really, I guess it's just making things tough on the quarterback and just, try to force him into some mistakes that he doesn't make often.
Patrick Mason joining us. You can check out his work, page of the Daily Reflector, online, reflector.com, as he will be attending this football game today, and should be a lot better than the game you watched on Thursday night, Patrick. But, you can't just roll the ball out there and expect to beat Ron Rivera and the Washington Commanders.
I know, especially when you just score one time. It's going to be tough to beat just about anybody. But, yeah, congrats to your guys. And, I don't know what was there, really. That was another brutal kind of Thursday football game. But, what else we got to do, right? We got to watch it.
We got to watch it, or I guess we could play kickball.
Yeah, so I got, saved from the first half of that game at least.
How'd you do?
We won. We started off good.
Well, give us some details. What was the score? How did you do?
Yeah, okay, so kicking was, I had a couple singles, so I thought I'd be able to kick the ball a little bit farther, but definitely had a little issues coming off the side of the foot. But I played pretty good in the field, caught a few balls, and made some plays. We won 5-3. So definitely pretty good. It was a good first outing.
All right, good to hear. Patrick begins his his kickball career here later in life. So we wish you the best of luck on that. Patrick, thanks for joining us today. Enjoy the game, man, and we'll catch up with you coming up Wednesday on Pirate Radio Live.
Sounds good. I'll be there.
All right, there he is, the kickballer himself, Patrick Mason, Daily Reflector, joining us here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We got a targeting review going on in Knoxville, and we have no foul for targeting. Wow. All right. They looked at it. Looked like a little helmet-to-helmet there on the quarterback of Bryce Young. Somebody give me a camera on Nick Saban. I want to know what he's saying right now. But nothing going on there.
I just saw the video of his reaction whenever number 34 for Bama just randomly went up to the ball a while ago. Great. And you can just read his lips. He said, "What are you doing?" And then he said, "What are you doing?" An upset Nick Saban is a scary sight.
Looking at some scores, Indiana on top of Maryland at the half, 17-14 is that score at the moment. Alabama has the ball and driving against Tennessee, but they're going to have it 3rd and long at the 26, 1:23 left to go in the first half. Arkansas has a 31-21 lead over BYU. Georgia blanking Vanderbilt at the half, 28-0 is that score. Syracuse 10, NC State 3 as they just begin third quarter play there. Charlotte with a lead over UAB, 14-10. It is Wisconsin 14, Michigan State 7 as they play in the second quarter. Tulane has the ball in the red zone, down 4 to USF. 1:55 left to go until halftime. Tulane down 14-10, but they are driving. Alabama hits a pass play. The Vols are saying incomplete. Bama's saying complete. Officials say incomplete. 4th and 15. They're going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. So that's what's going on. Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Phillies about to knock out the Braves and advance to the NLCS. My goodness. And the Astros have the bases loaded with 2 outs in the top of the 4th against the Seattle Mariners. Man, everything going on today. Last night, Canes picked up their second win of the year. They are 2-0 as the Hurricanes beat the Sharks 2-1. So you've got hockey going on this Saturday as well. Hurricanes will be back in action. Let's see,
Jeff.
Looks like the Canes will be playing on Monday against their old friend John Forsland and the Seattle Kraken. So there you go. All right, let's... what do you want to do? We got a couple minutes left before we need to take a break.
I do have some NFL news regarding my Carolina Panthers. Adam Schefter is reporting. Adam Schefter is reporting.
Y'all sound like a bunch of Ewoks on crack. That does not sound like a panther. Bunch of Ewoks.
But Adam Schefter.
Your mama's an Ewok.
Your mama an Ewok.
Oh.
Got you.
Your mama's a Chewy.
Oh. Your mama like Chewbacca.
Adam Schefter is reporting that the Carolina Panthers are open to trade talks for Christian McCaffrey.
Dun, dun, dun. Heard a lot of Brian Burns and his name floating around. I love this stuff, too, on Twitter. Hearing reports that the Bills have inquired about McCaffrey, and then 15 minutes later, somebody on the Panthers side will be like, there have been no talks.
No talks. It will not be talks of trading Christian McCaffrey.
We will never talk about that.
We'll never talk about that at all.
In fact, wipe it from your memory. It was never talked about at all. And then there are talks. There's not talks. So if you are, who are we talking to? I think it was Greeny yesterday, just kind of going over some of the. He said Sean Payton would not want to be involved with this like rebuild that goes on, and the NFL is designed to, if you stink, you can be really good the next year with the draft, free agency. It's designed for parity. It's not designed for one team to just have a dynasty. There's a salary cap. There's things that make it even for everybody, but it does kind of feel like that. This Panthers team is not a year away, right, Chandler?
Right, and there's a lot to build on. There's, they're kind of bottom of the barrel. Is it a a attractive job when it comes to coaches that are looking to get an NFL job as a head coach. And but when you look at the Carolina Panthers, you'll have a chance at you got a really good reconstructed offensive line. You got a young defense. Yeah, you might be seeing Christian McCaffrey go and maybe a defensive guy like Brian Burns, but you'll have a chance to, whoever this guy comes in, or whoever comes in for the Carolina Panthers, whoever that might be, will have a chance to draft a quarterback and kind of start from there. So there's different ways to look at it, but and I'm ready to see who some of those candidates are. Haven't really heard who those candidates will be, but I believe Sean Payton's name will be on the list maybe.
All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. Chandler, in the next 2 hours, we will get your NFL picks for tomorrow.
Sounds good.
We'll do that at some point. When we return, another tailgate check-in with Troy D and the crew at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Also, Jeff Nadeau, big man on campus, will join us to kick off hour number 3. We're halfway home on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, and still a lot more to go. Back with you after this.
This is Holton Ahlers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Before you hit the road this travel season, be sure to get your tires inspected by the tire guys at Greenville Auto World. The Greenville Auto World service team sells all the top brands and economy tires if you need a new set. Need an oil change, state inspection, or AC repair? Greenville Auto World can work on any type of vehicle, and the monthly oil change special is only $29.99. Make an appointment now by calling 364-8730. For award-winning service, trust Greenville Auto World.
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
When it comes to hauling dirt, asphalt, or stone, you can trust the pros at First and Goal Hauling Incorporated. They have a fleet of dump trucks ready to get the job done. And best of all, it's owned and operated by ECU football alum Dakota Marshall. When you have a big job and you need it done right, count on First and Goal Hauling, where it's a touchdown every time. Keep up with Dakota Marshall and First and Goal Hauling by following them on Facebook today.
Have you experienced increased aches and pains recently? Have you heard of CBD? Hemp Garden is your premier CBD retailer in Eastern North Carolina. Do you find yourself having anxiety or in need of extra sleep support? Hemp Garden has a variety of Delta 8 and hemp-derived Delta 9 products that can assist with those issues. If you're unable to stop by the store, don't worry. Give them a call today at 413-6100 for a consultation, and they'll ship right to your door. Hemp Garden, 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
Portable, super quiet, and fuel efficient Honda EU Series generators are ideal for camping, tailgating, home backup power, and more. All feature Honda's CO Minder carbon monoxide detection system for added peace of mind. Select models include Bluetooth connectivity for wireless control with Honda's My Generator smartphone app. Go with a Honda EU Series generator. It's power you can trust. See Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
This is Dr. Christopher McDowell from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's time for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. For experience and professional care, call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Arriba, arriba!
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for $11.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $11.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right. Looks like I got a little family out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Just saw a picture of my sister and nephew hanging out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone.
Awesome.
So good to see. We got I'm represented there, even though I can't be there physically. That's awesome. All right, well, let's go out there right now and talk to Troy D., who's hanging on the Pit Electric live line to kick off hour number 3 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Troy D., what's going on out there?
Clip, you are always represented out here, my friend, by your Pirate Radio family. And all the Pirate Radio personalities out here today. Boy, what a great day to tailgate. 74 degrees in the greater Greenville area. Sunny skies, just absolutely. I was talking with Jeff Charles earlier. Not an ounce of humidity in the air, which is a nice change of pace. And it is just absolutely perfect, ideal tailgating conditions. We've never lost a tailgate, and this one is another championship one. So it has been a lot of fun. Cooking the pig. Our buddy Tim Sawyer from State Farm has done a great job. Still got plenty left. And, of course, ice-cold pirate beverages. And our buddy Sparky's here. Free snowballs for all the kids. That is always a big hit with Sparky snowballs. So, man, we got from young to old, everybody is happy at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. It's been a lot of fun today. And the good news is we still got 2 hours to go. Still 2 hours until kickoff, if you can believe it, for ECU football. So that's the good news. This is not a rush tailgate. This is a full 6 hours. We got out here at 1:30, and we've been going strong ever since. So we'll take it right up to kickoff and then go in the game, hopefully see a Pirate victory. Boy, Pirates could use a bounce back here on homecoming weekend in a big way. Get the record of 4-3 and have some fun stuff to talk about hopefully in the fifth quarter. So great scene out here, Clip. I saw a super fan, Reed. You may know him from ECU baseball. He made an appearance, wanted to come out, say hello to everybody. Of course, touchdown Tony Collins still hanging out with us. And a lot of great familiar faces coming back for homecoming. People sometimes just don't get to see very often. So homecoming and ECU football, one of those things that unites the Pirate fan base regardless of what happens on the field, something we can all be excited about, and that's celebrating with friends and family. And great spirit out here and a lot of energy, and looks like it should be a pretty good crowd. Judging from the tailgate fields, they're pretty full out here. So haven't heard an official word on attendance. I know tickets are still available, but I bet you it'll be a pretty nice crowd tonight inside Dowdy Ficklen Stadium.
All right, looking forward to a good game and a good atmosphere tonight under the lights at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. Troy will have one more check-in with you coming up in about an hour from now.
All right, you said you're good on tickets. I just want to confirm because it's a big deal when Clip Rock comes to a game. So
we've got Chandler has the tickets. They are in a lockbox, and we're ready to go.
Right. As the kids say, he secured the bag.
There you go. Bet. No cap.
All right, I got you.
I'm out of phrases. I don't know what they say now.
Yeah, that's good. You'll fit right in with all the guys, the 14-year-olds that hang out with Tyler and Bryce.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Troy. We'll talk to you soon. There's Troy D. hanging out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. Big time going on out there. Big time going on here because I am on plate number 2 of Parker's Barbecue. Went for a couple of wings this time. And back to the green beans just to make it feel like I'm eating healthy.
Yeah, Clip. I'm not eating healthy at all today. I just finished plate number 2, and I'm going to have to save up because we have plenty more for the post-game show. By the way, after ECU versus Memphis, you can tune in to the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter Calling Show. 317-1250 is the number. And while you're calling in and talking about ECU Memphis, we will be munching on some Parkers as we have done all day long.
Yeah, it could be a wild show tonight. Late game,
a lot of people that have been drinking. And, I mean, you talk about there's been people out there since 1:30 when the tailgating lots opened, drinking and going at it. And when it's a night game, I mean, Jeff Charles said there's extra juice in the air, and I think some of that juice is alcohol. So it's going to be rowdy and dowdy tonight, and hopefully the Pirates get a win, and we'll get some awesome calls on the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter Calling Show. And if it's the alternate, then it could get very ugly late night here on Pirate Radio.
Let's just hope that juice isn't dumpster juice.
Ah, good one. Yes.
That would not be a good thing. Speaking of dumpster juice, Phillies beat the Braves 8-3. And just like that, the Braves season has come to an end. These baseball playoffs go quick. And Atlanta is out. How about the Mets gone, Braves gone, last man standing from the NL East, the Philadelphia Phillies, who will be playing either the Dodgers or the Padres.
The Padres, man. I'm pulling for the Padres.
Padres win last night.
Huge win for them last night.
They are one win away from going to the NLCS, knocking off the big bad Dodgers. Astros 1 win away from advancing to the ALCS. And the right now they are locked up 0-0, that score, with the Mariners going into the 5th.
Update at Syracuse. Christopher Dunn, kicker for NC State, makes it 8 for 8 on the year from 40-plus yards out. 10-6 is that score. Wolfpack down by 4.
All right.
6.5 minutes to go in the third.
That score courtesy of?
The Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, presented by Buck.
You going to the Buck after the 5th quarter tonight?
Considering that we might get done when it closes.
Yeah.
No. I had Troy D ask me if I was going out earlier while I was visiting the tailgate lots in the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. And I said, well, Troy, I do the post-game show, and it's going to be a late one tonight, so I doubt it.
You going to the Breaker tomorrow?
I will be there.
Another late afternoon game for Carolina.
It is a 4 o'clock game. This one makes sense because the Panthers will be on the West Coast tomorrow facing off against the Super Bowl hungover Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, they look pretty bad, and they are banged up as well. Did you see the Cam Akers story yesterday?
I did not. What happened?
So Sean McVay said Cam Akers won't play this week. He is dealing with some things. It was very cryptic, and said he was non-committal when asked would Akers be a part of the team moving forward.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. So I don't know what the heck's all that about.
Hey.
I saw that late, like we were about to wrap up the show yesterday. I have not looked into it anymore. Maybe there's more details out now, but odd situation there.
Good thing I added Daryl Henderson Jr. back into my lineup earlier today. I have put him at the flex position, so that is some good news regarding my fantasy, even though I am basically done for the year. 1 and 4 on the year.
Yeah, we were looking at it was it Monday, and you needed somebody to have a bad game, and they went off. Who was it? Remind me.
Travis Kelce. I had Darren Waller. I had Darren Waller, my opponent. I was up by like 12 points, I believe.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I need Travis Kelce to be quiet tonight. I need Darren Waller to have at least 10 points, and I'll be good. Darren Waller gets hurt in the first quarter. No points for him. And then Travis Kelce goes on to catch 4 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
He only had 27 yards receiving in the game, but yet 4 touchdown catches for Travis Kelce.
Man, sorry about that, Jamie.
Yeah, it's all right.
Nothing you can do in that case. Expecting a call here from the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau.
And there it is.
How about that? Love it when a plan works out that well. Expecting that to be the big man on campus from Barstool Sports to join us to talk about what's going on in the world of college football. Big man, how you doing on this Saturday?
Good. How are you, Chris?
Doing good. I need to know at the top of this conversation, do you got any games going on right now that you're going to be screaming about? Anything you're following?
No, I don't got nothing right now.
All right, fair enough. So we can go on with this conversation. The line has continued to move in ECU's favor, big man. And so somebody out there with some money likes the Pirates tonight against Memphis. When you look at this matchup, do you have a side? Is there maybe shoot for a over? The ECU's been playing some defense, maybe an under. What do you think about ECU Memphis going on tonight?
Well, look, I think to me, I look at Memphis, and there's, as I said to you earlier this week, I mean, I don't really think they're very good on defense. They have never really been very good on defense. I don't think this is a vintage Memphis team by any means. From a national standpoint, they're definitely not what they once were under, a Paxton Lynch or someone like that. I definitely think they can move the ball, but, this is the kind of game that, you kind of expect Mike Houston's defense, which is better this year, to start to play. This is the kind of game that Mike Houston was brought in to finally win, and, they've had some big performances this year, but they've had some bad losses too. So, it's kind of time to show up if you're ECU. They're kind of due. They've not played well at least that well recently. I would be looking at maybe grabbing ECU here. I don't think this is a vintage Memphis team. I do worry a little bit just because they're not great right now, ECU at running back, just with all the injuries. But, Holton Ahlers, a quality defense, better defensive and offensive line. I lean ECU here, personally.
All right, coming up 7:30 tonight on ESPNU, Pirates and the Tigers of Memphis. Jeff, are you surprised at all with the score in Knoxville at halftime? 28-20, Tennessee. Putting up a lot of points on Alabama in the first half.
I wouldn't say I'm particularly surprised. I mean, I didn't really understand why Tennessee was a touchdown dog, regardless of whether Bryce Young played. If Bryce Young was healthy tonight, I would have said to take Tennessee. I've been very high on Tennessee. I've talked about that really since the beginning of the season. I thought this was, I think you make a case, they were the second, third best team in the SEC. And I think after today, I think they're the clear best team in the SEC. Offensively, there's nobody better than them. And look, I know their pass defense isn't great, but they got a pretty damn good defensive line, and they're playing well. I'm not surprised. This number's ticked up as well. It's not over yet, but Tennessee backers look to be, they're going to get, books are going to get crushed at this game. Everybody's on Tennessee.
Talking to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, Barstool Sports. He joins us here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Another game that I had highlighted this week. I didn't understand the line. It made me nervous. I like Clemson tonight. I do like that the number has jumped from -3.5 to -4.5. It does make me feel better about Clemson, but I thought that would be closer to 6 than 3. But I guess Florida State, given some credit, heck, if they play like they did in the first half against NC State last week, then, yeah, they could go out and beat Clemson. But that offense was stuck in mud in the second half until the very end of the game against the Wolfpack last week. It's going to be a great atmosphere. It's on the road, but I don't know. I like the Tigers tonight. How about you? What do you think about that matchup?
Well, I think it really comes down to how you feel about Clemson. Personally, I think Clemson is a top 4 type of team. I think they're that good, and I think they've made that clear. I guess I kind of missed Cliff when Florida State became a power. This team has been very inconsistent the last 10 years. Do I think they're getting better? Yeah. Do I think they're an 8 or 9 win team? Yeah. But are they ultimately ready to compete at the level of Clemson? No. Clemson's defense is very good. Obviously, they had one bad game, but I think ultimately, I don't trust Jordan Travis. I think you made a good point. I mean, the line did seem a bit low. They've given a little more credence to Florida State and whatnot. But I just really trust Clemson. I like their offense. Quarterback's been terrific under that new system. They're getting them out, throwing the football on the run, and they're speeding the tempo up a little bit. I like Clemson. I would be confident in this one. And the lineup only really, I think, kind of makes that clear. If it stays at 3.5, I'd be a little concerned. But it's going to move up, and the move up doesn't matter much.
Looks like the 3.5 has stuck in USC, Utah. The home Utes a favorite tonight, 8 o'clock on Fox. How about Lincoln Riley's Trojans? This is a huge game for them, Jeff. We looked ahead at their schedule. They've got UCLA and a day with Notre Dame. But if they win this game, they are in a nice driver's seat here to win the Pac-12 and go to the college football playoff. We kind of ran over some scenarios yesterday that if you have like undefeated Oklahoma State, undefeated USC, and undefeated I guess, an ACC team, Clemson, like who gets left out. That's not going to happen. These teams are going to slip up somewhere along the way. But this is a huge game in year one for Lincoln Riley tonight on the road. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, I think this is where they lose. I think this sets up really well for Utah. This will be a big-time sharp public split game. I mean, the whole world would be on USC, and people like me will take Utah. And I think there's things that work out here. First of all, the line, I think, really kind of tells you that Utah is going to win the game. This is a tough spot for USC. They've had one road game, and they were lucky to escape with a win up at Corvallis against Oregon State. You look at kind of, I think, some of the things here. Utah was called out last week by their coach. Said they weren't physical enough. I'd expect a much better performance out of that group. You also look at on the field. I mean, physically, I don't really look at USC as a real formidable defense. I don't think they're very good on that side of the ball. They've had they're 8th worst in America. They've allowed, I think, the 8th most 20 or more yard runs defensively. They get gashed. This is a big-time physical offensive line for Utah. And I think on the other side, I worry about that offensive line for USC. They've been blitzed a lot. I feel like they send the pressure if you're Utah. They're at home. They always play good special teams. And they've got a good quarterback with a good offense. This is a good Utah team off a loss. I'd be willing to back them here. I think they win this game like 38-31, 35-24, something like that.
Keep an eye on Jeff Nadeau's Twitter. He is known to, if he's feeling right, drop a little NFL play on a Sunday morning. I know you did a couple weeks ago, Jeff, and you had an under. It was the, Colts-Titans, and they scored, I think, 3 or 7 points in the second half, and the under came in, and I was really fired up about that one. So anything on the mind for the NFL on Sunday, or you going to wake up maybe and see something you like there?
Well, I'm not real. I'll be honest, Clip. I'll give you something tonight if you want it for this college slate. I like South Alabama, a team total over.
All right.
No stranger to me. I played them this year. UL Monroe stinks. Can't stop anybody. I like the South Alabama team. They're a good offense. I won't be betting much NFL tomorrow. I'm going to brunch early. Then I'm going to the game tomorrow night. So I might have a game or two. We'll see. But I'm looking at South Alabama tonight. I like them. Team total over 34.
All right, USA tonight, and then Nadeau will be at the Link coming up Sunday night for a showdown, Cowboys and Eagles. Jeff, great stuff, man. Everybody give him a follow if you haven't already. Doing big things at Barstool Sports. Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry about the Braves, man.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of playing with a little bit. I got them a grace period after winning the World Series. It stinks, but it doesn't hurt as bad since they won last year. But
True.
They went out with a whimper, man. Kudos to the Phillies. The Mets lose, the Braves lose. Phillies last man standing in the NL East. Pretty surprising.
It wouldn't mind seeing the Dodgers lose, to be real honest.
No kidding. I hope they lose. I hope the Astros lose. I hope every team loses now. So
Yankees, yeah.
Yeah, get them out of here. Nadeau, good stuff, man. Sit down podcast, big man on betting. And how about the college basketball podcast? You dropped a tease the other day. Have you dropped an episode yet?
No, we're going to be dropping it, I think, next week.
Okay.
We got a couple episodes. We got a big interview coming up, and then we'll do a preview of the season. I'll admit, Clip, real quick, I'm very happy with this show. I was a little concerned. I didn't know what the chemistry would be like, but we had a couple of arguments in episode 1. We had back and forth. I thought it went really well. I think people are going to like it. I urge them to give it a chance. If you know me, you know I'm a college basketball guy, so it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
And Nadeau, I know you do your research. Had about a 30-minute conversation with Mike Schwartz last week on Pirate Radio Live on Wednesday. So you want a little more insight on the Pirates, you can check that out. And I'm pretty realistic, Jeff. The Pirates are going to be bad this year, but I do like Mike Schwartz. I think both of those things can be true. I think he'll get his guys in here, and they'll be a lot better, but they're going to take some lumps this year.
I've always said, Cliff, the first goal in a program, whether it's football or basketball, is you need to make the right hire. If you can make the right hire, things will figure themselves out. It's just that simple. And, look, I hope, because I think, that's a great fan base down there. And they're always known to pull an upset against the Memphis or somebody else.
Jeff, good stuff, man. Enjoy your football Saturday.
Thanks, Cliff. Same to you. Go Pirates.
All right. There he is, big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau. And we talked to him non-biased every week on the show, but he's excited. He roots for the only undefeated NFL team, the Eagles. He'll be there tomorrow night. Fired up about the Birds taking on the Cowboys. So that is a big one in the NFC East. Oh, I thought you were signaling me, Chandler. You're scratching your head. We got to get to your picks at some point. What do we got next segment? We've got
Brian Bailey, because he's already called, wondering when you're coming to him.
All right, we got to get to BB. Take a break. We'll come back. Talk to Brian Bailey live on the Dowdy Ficklin Stadium field. By the way, large font is back. East Carolina throughout the end zones, and a little bit of striping on the
love it
in the end zone as well.
Yes, love it.
Field looks great. We'll talk to BB when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times this football season, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. Bud Light carefully brews their beer to be perfect for anywhere there's fun. Because when there's fun, Bud Light is there. Get ready to have fun this season, Pirate Nation, and always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville, do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best.
Everybody loves burgers.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
We all love using Uber Eats, DoorDash, and grocery pickup. It makes life so much easier. Well, now there is cellular delivery, and the team at Cellular Warehouse has perfected the process. They will deliver your new phone right to your door with all your information loaded on the new phone. And the best thing is there is no charge for this awesome service. And you don't have to waste half the day sitting in a cellular store. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051 and let his team of experts make your cellular delivery today. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent, serving all of Eastern North Carolina.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Fruitopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza homemade lemonade.
Hungry for game day, Pirate Nation? Take advantage of the Warren's Hot Dogs tailgate special of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. And the best part, this special is available every day. Just call ahead and Warren's will have your order ready to go. Hungry for breakfast? Warren's Hot Dogs in Chocowinity opens at 5 a.m. with cheese biscuits, chicken biscuits, sausage dogs, and more. Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville, across from Ron Ayers, or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Go Pirates!
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rose.
All right, things are getting interesting in Knoxville. Tennessee hanging on to an 8-point lead over Alabama in the third quarter, 28-20. They just tried to go for it on 4th and 2. Alabama pushed them back, but now it's under review. We'll give you the update on that in a couple of minutes. Other scores going on. Syracuse leading NC State 17-6 in the fourth quarter. It is Oklahoma State 27, TCU 16 in the third quarter. Vanderbilt trails Georgia 31-0 in the third. At halftime, it is James Madison, who is ranked 25th in the top 25. They're leading Georgia Southern 17-14, and Tulane has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 17-14 lead over South Florida, and Wisconsin leads Michigan State 14-7. That's a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. And it's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. Follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, so it sounds like the review...
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the review about? Because it was clearly not a first down.
They are trying to make sure that it was a fourth down play, because the yard dude on the sideline was holding up a third down marker. Like, that
it was showing a 3 instead of a 4?
Correct. And the refs and everybody in the stadium and the announcers and everybody knows it's fourth down. He still has a 3 that he's holding up. So they're like reviewing to make sure it was fourth down. I don't know if I've ever seen this before.
He's going to die on that hill. He's going to be like, it was third down.
It was third down.
Crazy. So anyway, they're actually like...
It was in the third down section.
They're looking back at the series of plays to make sure it was fourth down. But it'll be Alabama football. That guy is still holding the 3, talking to the ref right now. He is not letting go. All right, anyway, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line and visit with the sports director at WNCT Channel 9, host of the Brian Bailey Show. He is BB Brian Bailey joining us. Bailey, how you doing, man?
Happy game day. What a beautiful night for football.
Absolutely. Under the lights, Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. It don't get no better. And add in a little homecoming, little Hall of Fame weekend. Bailey, you got any interviews playing throughout the game today with some Hall of Famers?
We interviewed Marcus Crandall that we're running on the scoreboard in the Legends segment in the third quarter. He's now the offensive coordinator and quarterback coach for the Blue Bears of Livingstone. So he has a game today. I think it's a home game in Salisbury, but he was leaving either early this morning or late last night. But we had an interview we did with him right before the banquet last night. So we're going to run that during the third quarter today. And for the rest of the Hall of Fame inductees, I think they'll be introduced at the end of the first quarter tonight.
Awesome. Good stuff. We'll look forward to that when we are inside of Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. I'm a little distracted, Bailey, because Troy just sent me a selfie of him and my sister, and he says got a date for the game tonight, and it's really bothering me right now.
I'd be really bothered.
If you could go out there and take care of that for me, I'd appreciate it.
What kind of slump is she in?
Dear. Well, she is married, so I'm hoping there's nothing nefarious going on out there at the tailgate zone. BB, you seen the new uniforms yet? The modern throwbacks?
No, I've seen the pictures like everybody else has. I did see one player had a helmet on and it's white again, which I'm sure will make everybody just thrilled. But it has the Pirates script, which is what the Pirates wore when I got here in 1984. Of course, it was a purple helmet with the gold or the yellow strip back then. But so we will see that, and parts of the uniform. They're calling it a modern day throwback, and parts were taken from different uniforms. So I think it's going to be an interesting look for East Carolina tonight. But I tell you, the only look this East Carolina football team wants is the one that has the Pirates with more points than the Memphis Tigers at the end of this game.
Well, how are they going to go about doing that? Cleaning up the kicking game, one of those things. And earlier today, Stephen Igo said he's hearing we may see a different kicker tonight. Andrew Conrad says could potentially be getting a go at the kicking spot. So you heard anything about that, Bailey?
Yeah, we've got a little news on the whole special team situation. I have been told that we will have a new snapper as part of that routine, and I've also been told very similar to what Steve Nigo was reporting then, that I think we're going to see Andrew Conrad. I don't have it confirmed by anyone, obviously on the coaching staff, because they're busy with game day activities, but the buzz around practice and that kind of thing is that Andrew Conrad will see the place kicking duties tonight. And I will tell you this is what I do know. Andrew Conrad was the first specialist out today to start, warming up and getting ready, and he was kicking. So he was the very first person out for the specialists. That part is factual, but we do think that we will see Andrew Conrad. And last week, after the game was over, we were talking with Coach Houston, and he said that Conrad was not available last week, that he stayed in Greenville and he was ill. So I don't know, maybe we might have seen him last week. Not sure about that at all. But the buzz seems to be that we will see number 95 is his number, Andrew Conrad, handling the kicking duties for East Carolina tonight. Not official, nothing from the coaching staff, but that's what my gut feeling is right now.
Interesting. Good report. Thanks for that, BB. Brian Bailey joining us as East Carolina set to take on Memphis. Did you? What sense did you get from Mike Houston this week? Seemed a little on edge, kind of short at the Wednesday press conference. These guys know how important this game is, right, Bailey? They're running out of time.
Yeah, and I think, what we're seeing is a byproduct of losing a close game to North Carolina State, losing, in double overtime to Navy. And as you said, the goal is not necessarily 6 wins every year, but that's really, what you want to see at the very least. They knew they had a tough schedule coming in. Part of the talk was that, hey, the Pirates may not have the better record this year than last year because of the schedule, but still, that's the ultimate goal, is to get to a bowl game, get to postseason play. And I think that when you look at the schedule ahead, they realize that, they've got some tough games ahead. Now, could they run the table? Obviously. Could they lose every game? Maybe. I mean, it's just one of those situations where just about every game on the schedule is going to be one of those difficult games to play, and there's going to be underdogs coming up. They're a favorite tonight by 4 or 5, depending on what you look at. But they kind of understand the importance of this game, the importance of the UCF game next week. Obviously, they're not looking at that because they got to get through this one first. But when you look at the whole schedule to go, Temple is the only game out there that you think, well, there's one the Pirates should get. But you got to remember, that's going to be in Philadelphia in mid-November, and that's never a good thing for East Carolina.
Been there, done that one, right, Bailey? So,
exactly.
Yeah. BB, Brian Bailey joining us, Pit Electric Live Line. Big one coming up Sunday night, back-to-back night games for you to be. You'll be covering this one and watching your boys take on the Eagles on Sunday Night Football right here on Pirate Radio to be on. What do you think about that one, BB?
I'm not quite sure if the Cowboys have enough firepower if Dak doesn't play. I think defensively, they've got to figure out who's going to spy on Jalen Hurts and keep him contained. But I really like the way the Cowboys are playing defense, and I'm one of those people that likes the fact that defense wins championships, because the Cowboys have an elite defense if they can just find enough offense, and if Dak comes back and is healthy. But the more I read about it, doesn't sound like he's coming back this week. So we'll have to wait another week to see how. But he wasn't very good in the opening game against Tampa Bay either. So
Brian Bailey joining us. Has a player walk by you? You got a pick to click today, Bailey?
It's funny. I looked around to see who was here. Nobody's here. It got kicked to me late, so everybody's gone.
All right. Well, going to be a big team effort tonight. Sorry to get to you late. That was on me. That's my fault. I apologize.
That's okay. Maybe it'll be Conrad.
Could be. Could be.
Tonight. Yeah.
Bailey, thanks for joining us, man. Good stuff.
Hey, good stuff. Thank you.
All right, man. There is Brian Bailey joining us on the Pit Electric Live line, hearing the same things about Andrew Conrad potentially kicking tonight, and then also said there will be a new snapper, Chandler Honeycutt. Let's go to our specialist.
And by the way, it's not me.
It will not be you. You and Billy Weaver said, did you hear, by the way, Jeff Charles talking earlier about how he said nobody pays more attention to special teams than Mike Houston and this staff, and they're looking at it, they're going over the film. Did you hear that earlier?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay, just wondering.
I'm sure they are now.
But what do you think about the long? Do you know the new long snapper? Who's it going to be?
I do not know his name. I want to say his name is Garfield, and that's why I said Andrew Garfield earlier.
Let me look at our roster here.
Or man, I'm not sure.
I think you just got Garfield on the brain.
But Royce Harper, transfer from NC Central, has been doing the snapping duties. I know one person was doing punt snaps. I know Royce Harper's been doing the short snaps, but it seems like there might be somebody different down there snapping the football for the Pirates today, and maybe they're just going to try a whole nother operation, because maybe if they can't find out where in the operation it is, they're going to have to just go with another operation with a snapper. I guess Luke Larson will be the holder today for the Pirates, but it sounds like there'll be a new kicker and a new snapper for ECU coming up against Memphis.
All right, so
is his last name Garfield?
We do have a Garfield. Very good. Well done.
All right. That's why I said Andrew Garfield earlier.
There's a Colby Garfield and Alex Harper listed as deep snapper.
Yeah.
Okay. Colby Garfield, the other one, from Clemens, went to North Davidson in Charlotte.
Yep.
So there you go.
And Alex Harper and I snapped together with Chris Rubio long snapping, so and also faced off against each other in high school.
What a showdown that was.
Oh, yeah. Rosewood and Lakewood, baby.
Battle of the Woods.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I look up. Do we got a Tennessee touchdown?
Please say there is, because just in the blink of an eye.
Yes, we have a Tennessee touchdown.
In the blink of an eye, Alabama comes back and ties it up against Tennessee, but no longer is that situation, as apparently Tennessee has put it on the board once again, and they're on top of Bama.
Yeah, prior to that touchdown, it was 18 unanswered for Alabama.
Extra point is no good. Ruh-roh.
Oh, boy.
34-28, Tennessee leads Alabama. Oh, those kickers. All right, Chandler, before we take a break, real quick, let's run down.
Lightning round, let's go.
Week 6 NFL. You were not here yesterday. You did not send in your picks.
That's my fault. I'm sorry.
But we will get them here right now. You are in the lead out of our group with CJ, Tony, and myself.
Okay.
49-24 on the year. All right, Panthers at Rams.
Rams.
49ers at Falcons.
49ers.
Patriots at Browns.
Patriots.
Jets at Packers.
Jets.
Jaguars at Colts.
Oof. Jags.
Vikings at Dolphins.
Vikings.
Bengals at Saints.
Give me the Bengals.
Ravens at Giants.
Ravens.
Bucks at Steelers.
Bucks.
Cardinals at Seahawks.
Seahawks.
Bills at Chiefs.
Woo-hoo! Give me the Bills.
Cowboys at Eagles.
Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? Eagles. I can't go against the Eagles at home.
Broncos at Chargers.
Chargers. Screw the Broncos.
Yeah, don't pick them.
I mean, are we going to learn a lesson, folks? I mean, 6 weeks of the NFL season, and you've got these bums on national TV primetime for the 4th time this year.
Gross.
I mean, for the love of God, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, think about Pete.
Think about Pete and his sake.
The sake of Pete.
I mean, for us people, us sports guys.
Yeah.
And
You're not a sports guy, though.
Well, if Tennessee wins this game.
I'm kidding.
I'm not a sports guy right now, but if Tennessee wins this game, I am a sports guy.
Since they're winning by 6 right now at this moment, you're a sports guy.
Okay.
If Alabama wins,
that's fair.
You go back to being not a sports guy. Those are the rules.
That's the rules.
Them's the rules.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, will join me here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate as we roll on hour number 3. More to go after this.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night, along with football. Monday is open mic night, the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
My whole business just went up in flames, but my agent was there before the fire was out. We started a plan. I've got 25 employees who could be out of a job if we didn't get this place running again. My independent agent and auto owners insurance, they made sure we didn't skip a beat. I mean, we didn't miss a single payroll. That's incredible.
For whatever lies ahead, we're always there.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hi, Pirate Nation. This is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Are you ready for fall? Because we are with our fall savings event. Also, are you tired of other dealers marking up their vehicle over MSRP? Don't worry, because at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, we don't do that. Come work with the best salesman in Beaufort County, Stephen Tyson, voted by Washington Daily News. Have the pleasure of working with the best sales staff in Eastern North Carolina during our fall savings event. We have a vehicle for every need. Come check out the all-new design Jeep Grand Cherokee and more. And remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Fall isn't just for football, it's a great time for something new to wear as well. And Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington has everything you need for game day as well as any other day for men and women. Whether it's dress, casual, or even a formal occasion, Russell's has you covered. Russell's has served Eastern North Carolina and beyond for 39 years with quality clothing and personal service. We are proud supporters of ECU athletics and invite the Pirate Nation to shop Russell's in downtown Washington, the home of Russell's Clothing.
Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers for my friends at ArcPoint Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust ArcPoint Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. ArcPoint Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina ArcPoint Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Amanda Houston, and when it came time to make the game-winning play for relaxation at our house, I made the right call to Jamie Lang and Carolina Hardscapes. Jamie and his team built the backyard oasis of our dreams with a beautiful custom paver patio, outdoor lighting, and fireplace. Make your backyard incredible and call Carolina Hardscapes today at 364-1201 or visit their showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Suck. Go Pirates!
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates!
This is Holton Ahlers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV, and you can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, an old-fashioned shootout in Knoxville. 34-28, Tennessee leading Alabama midway through the third. But Alabama is driving as Bryce Young is looking, firing, nearly picked, but it's caught at around the 11-yard line. So Alabama looking to score here and take the first lead of the game, I believe, with a touchdown and a point after touchdown. All right, looking to hook up with Billy Weaver. We don't have him yet. So, Shirley, you want to go back to my conversation with Kevin Monroe from earlier this week as he diagnosed some of the issues with East Carolina and their loss to Tulane last week. Here's Kevin Monroe. He'll be on the call tonight with the voice, Jeff Charles. I'm wondering what we're going to get, Kevin, because it has been up and down for this ECU football team. Most recently, we saw the down against Tulane. Pirates couldn't crack double digits to 9 points. And really, Kevin, love to get your take on it, but you always hear the phrase team win. It was a team loss. You had mistakes on offense, defense, and once again, special teams. So, I don't know. What'd you see on Saturday, Kevin?
Yeah, I warned people a little bit after the South Florida game. Everyone was so excited about the offense, and they thought Donnie Kirkpatrick had really opened things up. And I just said the one-on-one matchups, the receivers just won. And, Holton had open receivers to throw to. They caught the football, specifically C.J. Johnson, beating guys downfield. And, nothing changed. It's just that Tulane's defense was much better. And so all of a sudden, these fade routes weren't wide open. These post routes, these seam routes weren't wide open. And Holton Ahlers was holding the ball maybe a little bit too long, couldn't find the open receivers, and everything kind of broke down. So offensively, nothing ever got started. You add to that, you have no Rajay Harris, and you have a banged-up Keaton Mitchell. And I'm sure you could tell, as I could, Keaton was not 100%. And so he had no burst, trying to get to the hole, trying to get to the outside. He wasn't running away from people. Marlon Gunn looked good, but, I hear he got banged up a little bit late, so he didn't play much of the second half. And so you couldn't get the running game going. The passing game wasn't going. Defensively, they didn't play bad. They were on the field a lot. They had some crucial penalties, things that just kind of got in the way of a good defensive effort. And so all in all, and then, obviously special teams, you're still missing extra points. You got issues there. So you're right. It was a total team loss. It's disappointing. The Navy game was disappointing. So we've had 2 games this year. They just felt kind of, icky at the end. Like, wow, what was that?
Yeah, and you just wonder, what this team is week to week. You brought up all those points going into last week's game, so I'll give you credit for that, Kevin. But how about a matchup against Memphis? Now, they do not have the stout defense that Tulane has. They can, of course, move the ball offensively. Do you think we see a better performance offensively from East Carolina this weekend?
Yeah, this is an odd game. I think this Memphis team is a lot like ours. I think our defense is better, but offensively they have some targets. They're putting up 34 points a game. They've got a big, strong quarterback who loves to throw the deep ball. He threw several deep ball touchdowns in the Navy game. That's how they beat them so handily. But they're weird because their schedule has been kind of funky where they started off with a big-time game against an SEC opponent in Mississippi State. That didn't go great, losing by 26. Then they go to Navy, and they catch Navy at the beginning of the season, and Navy just wasn't playing very well. As you know, at the beginning of the season, they were able to beat they go on this 3-game, win streak, 4-game win streak of teams that, are just okay or not very good. And then they play Houston. They have them beat. That's the first team they played since Mississippi State that's a quality opponent. Forgive me for saying that about these other schools, but we know what I'm talking about. And they have this game won, and they just give it away at the end. So they're hard to peg. I don't know what to expect out of them. Schedule strength has been just okay, but this Pirate team is going to face a defense that they can score points on, they can get yards on, but they're also going to face an offense that's going to be tough. They've got some good receivers that can get downfield, catch the deep ball. They've got a good running back in Thomas that runs the ball hard. Plus Hannigan, the quarterback, he's got just as many rushing attempts as any of the running backs, maybe more. And he likes to keep on running. He's not a swift runner, but he runs well enough to make things happen. So it's going to be a tough opponent for East Carolina, but they're very similar to the Pirates.
Kevin Monroe joining us. Kevin, another post-game show on Saturday night, another show with a lot of calls about special teams. And I don't know. I know you're not there week to week at practice, Kevin, but knowing what you know, seeing what you've seen, if you're Coach Monroe, what are you doing? You can't just keep running the same guys out there, right? So I don't know. What do you do if you're? What does Coach Monroe do with this kicking situation?
As you know, I'm not doing the away game, so I'm sitting at home watching like a fan. And I was, I kind of got to where I was a little bit fed up, to be honest with you. And so I think that, Owen Dapper's just a sophomore. He is going to be a good kicker around here for a long time. But for right now, for today, Coach Monroe would have an open kicking competition. And that just means, open it up at practice, see if anybody can step up and take his job. Because right now, I think it's a mental thing with Owen Dapper. I don't think it's physical. I think he's still hitting the ball pretty good most of the time. I think he's probably the most talented kicker in the program. But he just gets out there and he shanks these extra points on good holds and good snaps, and there's no excuse for it. And so, as a fan, you don't want to have to watch and hold your breath every time there's an extra point. And then when there's a field goal, you're thinking there's no way we're making this. That can't be your feeling whenever the kicker trots out there. So for me personally, if there's a healthy kicker behind him that can push him, I'd put him out there and let him kick.
And one more thing, Kevin, on the game last week, it was some uncharacteristic stuff. It looked more like, Mike Houston, Holton Ahlers, Xavier Smith in year one rather than year 3, 4, 5. And we talked to Xavier on Monday. He said all he could say. He said, I made a mistake, apologized to my teammates, my coaches. He said he let the team down, felt bad about it. So, yeah, he got caught up in the moment, had a bad penalty that led to a Tulane touchdown rather than a field goal. We also had a illegal man downfield on a touchdown catch by Ryan Jones that took a touchdown off the board that led to a Pirate field goal. So just a lot of stuff that you don't expect to see. It happens in football, but it kind of all happened in one game there. Holton Ahlers, bad interception in the end zone where he had Hatfield. If he'd have thrown it earlier, had another option on that play. Just they all kind of crept up in the same game, Kevin, which made it frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take those off one by one. Xavier Smith, I watched the play, I watched the replay, and honestly, I didn't think it was that bad. He and the guy were kind of pushing and shoving. There's a big offensive lineman, and then, Xavier kind of swatted at him at the end. I won't even say he didn't throw a punch. He just kind of swatted at him late to just say, hey, get off me. And it was official standing right there. It was a silly thing to do, but in the big scheme of things, it wasn't bad. The kid didn't fall down. It wasn't a cheap shot. It was just kind of back and forth, and he was the last one. So he feels bad. He should feel bad. The official was there, but it was a bit of a weak call. I'm not ready to say it was an undisciplined, that Xavier Smith's undisciplined for doing that. It's just kind of one of those things that happens in the flow of the game, and 99 times out of 100, you get away with it. And that time he did not. The man downfield, it's inside the red zone. The quarterback is scrambling. He kind of lost where he was. It's uncalled for, but it's also you understand it. He's just out there trying to block somebody, realizes that he's gone now 3 or 4 yards downfield. He shouldn't be down there. I can forgive that. It just sucks that it happened where we scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's necessarily a bad play. It's just one of those things where it kind of gets away from you. Now the Holton situation, we've talked about this now for 4 or 5 years. When you have covered receivers out there, he gets into this mode where he wants to try to throw people open or make a decision and thread the needle when he shouldn't. There was 2 or 3 others that should have been picked off. I can think of one slant route to Isaiah Winstead. He threw in the middle of 3 people and got tipped up in the air and it fell down. But he just made a couple of questionable throws. 2 of them resulted in interceptions, but he just can't do that. I mean, he's a great quarterback when people are open. When people are covered, he kind of gets into making weird decisions instead of just throwing the ball away or running the football. and he's got to do better doing that.
Kevin Monroe from earlier this week on Pirate Radio Live, breaking down the issues East Carolina had last week. They'll try to clean up some of those as, man, we've got all kinds of calamity going on in this Alabama-Tennessee game. Alabama had it 3rd and goal with the 1. They run in a touchdown, get called for a hold, then a delay of game, and then Bryce Young scrambles, gets out of 2 sacks, throws it up in the end zone, pass interference, Tennessee. So we'll start it all over again as this is a wild one. This is a great game in Knoxville. Tennessee leading 34-28, but Bama is knocking on the door. All right, so let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line. Talk to my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Billy Weaver joins us now on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Weave, how you doing on this game day?
Oh, doing great, man. The sun is setting behind Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. The weather is perfect. I'm ready for some football, man. You couldn't have asked for a better evening for football.
Take advantage of it, people. We just crave these days from January to, August, and we finally get a beautiful night game at Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. So enjoy it. We don't get many of these. We will actually get 2 in a row with UCF coming up next week, but they are precious. Enjoy it, and let's have us a night. We'll have a fun night on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. We'll be taking calls, and Weave, what will be the topics coming up after this game? How about predict the 5th quarter? What are we going to be talking about?
Well, let me tell you what. I don't know exactly what we'll be talking about, but I can tell you for certain, if East Carolina loses this game tonight, you and I will be on the air until 3 o'clock in the morning. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's just going to be the way it is because the Pirates can't lose this game. This is, in my opinion, a must-win. I mean, the players, the coaches, administrators, they won't say that. They won't admit it to it. But I think in the back of everybody's head right now, this is a must-win situation. The Pirates, if they want to stay in the hunt or in the talks of a bowl, this is when you got to win because after this game, the schedule doesn't get any better. I mean, it really doesn't. And, you got Memphis at home. It's homecoming. They got to go out and take care of business. That's just the bottom line.
Billy Weaver joining us. Let's get the keys to the game, Weave. Offensively, what's the key for the Pirates tonight?
Well, I think they got to take what the defense gives them. Now, if past games this year and teams that have been successful against Memphis's defense this year have been able to dink and dunk. And what I mean by that is wheel routes out of the backfield, getting guys, short yardage situation, crossing routes over the middle, things like that. There will be times to take shots down the field. And it's hard to, if you go out with the attitude that you're going to run the football and run into the teeth of this defense, you're going to have a lot of troubles. I mean, obviously, you got to run the football to be effective. Every team has to do that. But I think you've got to use the short passing game tonight. Offensively, teams have been very successful on the short passing games out of the backfield, getting a lot of their receivers involved in the game. And we've seen when East Carolina's offense has done that, they've been successful.
Billy Weaver joining us, Pit Electric Live line here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Weave, defensively, what are your keys against this Memphis offense that can put up some points?
Well, got to get to the quarterback. East Carolina's had a little bit of issues getting to the quarterback and getting sacks, and on the back end in the 3rd and long situations. That's been kind of the Achilles heel of this defense, and I say that with the utmost respect for this defense because without this defensive unit this year, this Pirate team wouldn't have the wins that they have on the board. That's just plain and simple. The defense has really kind of carried this team this year. Aside from, I guess it was the USF game where the offense really kind of exploded, and that was nice to see. But the defense has been the staple of this team this year. And they've been sort of at times a bend but don't break defense. We know what they can do in goal line situations inside the red zone when it gets, the field shortens up. This defense really tightens up because, they're out of 3rd and long situations. They're out of situations where, when the field is short, this East Carolina defense really comes up big. So I think keys defensively for East Carolina, getting to the quarterback and not only staying out of 3rd and long situations, but when they are in those, or getting teams into those 3rd and long situations, but not giving up the big plays. They just can't do that tonight.
Billy Weaver joining us, Pit Electric Live Line. Sounds like we might see some changes on special teams tonight, Weave, as potentially a new kicker. Also, Brian Bailey saying may see a new snapper as well. So looks like Mike Houston diagnosing some of these problems and could potentially see some changes tonight.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. You look at the special team statistics, and East Carolina ranks very low in a lot of the special teams categories. And you know, if you look at these two teams on paper with Memphis and East Carolina, they're pretty similar in numbers, offensively and defensively. The big disparage, or the big difference, is special teams. Memphis has very good special teams. I don't think their kickers missed one this year. And East Carolina, we've talked ad nauseum about the kicking game and what has gone on, and losing games because of the kicking game, and not to put everything on Owen Daffer. We've said that from the word go. It's the entire special teams as far as snapping, protecting up front, the kicking as well. Now, the kick returns have not been bad for East Carolina. So it'll be interesting to see how effective the kicking game is and special teams is tonight, because, like I said, if you look at it on paper going into this game, that's where Memphis has a big advantage.
Billy Weaver joining me. I'll be joining Billy Weaver on the couch with the rest of the Mets fans because the Braves lost today, Weave. So how about the Phillies being the last team standing in the NL East? I did not have that happening.
No, that's something I would not have bet on at all. It's very shocking to me. I hated seeing my Mets bow out early. To tell you the truth, I mean, the Mets have kind of been a thorn. I mean, the Braves have been kind of a thorn in the side of the Mets in the past, but I've never been one of those that pulled against the Mets. So when when my Mets lost, I was actually kind of pulling for the Braves and very shocked that Philly just kind of handled them that series.
No doubt. It is over. I need to do a check-in on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, and we'll see that the Astros and Mariners are scoreless as they play in the 7th inning. So we'll keep you up to date with everything. Interception. Alabama gets it back up by 1. 3:15 left to go in the third quarter, and I don't hear Chandler singing any Rocky Top at the moment. So, all right, Weave, we'll see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show.
All right, man. Alabama always seems to find a way to win. Pirates got to find a way to win tonight.
Find a way. Sounds good. There is Billy Weaver joining us today on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll take a break, come back. Chandler's sports guy credentials are on the line.
All right, and here's the deal here. At Syracuse, Christopher Dunn knocks down another field goal on the day. He is 3 for 3 on the day. 17-9 is the score. Packed down by 8. On 3rd and 14, Syracuse completes a long pass deep into NC State territory. But guess what? Their quarterback was way beyond the line of scrimmage, so it's coming back. I can see NC State coming back and winning this game, and instead of going 2-0 on my upset picks of the week on Pirate Radio Live, I will go 0-2. I am not a sports guy. Let's go to break.
Well, I have one more update for you, as South Florida kicked a field goal to tie it at 17 apiece, and then on the ensuing kickoff, Tulane runs it back for a touchdown and then tacks on another. So Tulane is now leading South Florida 31-17, 2 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Now we can go to break.
Yes.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers, and when it comes to getting your family together, there's no better place than Familia, which is Italian for family. Familia is the place I like to bring my football family, especially my offensive linemen. Whether it's great New York-style pizzas, homemade meatballs, lasagna, chicken parmesan, or delicious homemade desserts, Familia is a winning play every time. For dine-in or takeout, make Familia your go-to play when you have a hungry team. Familia on Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College. Go Pirates.
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too. In Pitt County, call Carlton Venters or C.J. Messerly at 252-756-3007. North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina Incorporated. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Hey Pirate Nation, Shimmer Boutique is your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials. This is Holton Ahlers, and if you need a Yeti cooler, apparel, shoes, or accessories for the season, Shimmer has you covered. Shimmer Boutique is also the exclusive retailer in Greenville carrying the largest selection of built and broken gear for adults and youth. Be ready for game day and every day at Shimmer Boutique on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville across from Lowe's. Go Pirates!
Love is finding the internet of your dreams from MetroNet. Get ready for fast, reliable, 100% fiber speeds with unlimited data so you can stream, study, surf, and game on all your devices simultaneously. No lag times or buffering. MetroNet offers student deals. Get 100 megabit internet for just $39.95 a month. Switch today at metronet.com/switch. MetroNet. Love your internet.
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, with about a minute left to go, Syracuse is going to win this one as they score another touchdown. It is now 24-9 over NC State, and we will keep you up to date on this game as State does have the ball as we speak. Other games going on. South Florida has scored a touchdown right at the tail end of the third quarter, so they are now only trailing Tulane by 7. It's 31-24 in that game with the start of the fourth quarter coming up, and it's been a shootout in Knoxville between Alabama and Tennessee. Alabama has come to take the lead. 35-34 is that score, so we'll keep you updated on that one. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow The Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we will see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right. They got a good situation, TV situation out there, Chandler, at the Buck for sports viewing.
Oh, absolutely. On NFL Sundays, they have a big projector screen where they will highlight a game there. Awesome venue to go and watch NFL Sunday football. Got plenty of TVs and also, most importantly, cold, delicious snacks.
And if you're staying at home on a football Sunday, I would recommend getting some Parker's Barbecue.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
For your eating. And when I say Parker's Barbecue, I don't mean the food barbecue. I mean the location Parker's Barbecue, because they have more than just barbecue. They have chicken. They have seafood. They have ribs. They have
boneless wings.
Boneless wings, which were a big hit with Billy Weaver last week.
And don't forget about their desserts. We enjoyed their cookies today. And they also have Billy Weaver's favorite, the banana pudding, the nanner pudding.
Nanner pudding. Good stuff. All right. Tennessee holds Alabama to a punt. Ooh. So that was a huge stop by the Volunteers. And this punt, dude falls down, but it doesn't matter because the punt bounces backwards and will be down at the 5-yard line. The coverage man fell down on the play, but the ball takes a Alabama spin and turns out to be in Alabama's favor there. All right, we do not have Troy at the moment. So I tell you what, Shirley, can we hit Jeff Charles and Donnie Kirkpatrick? Let's do that right now. Is one-on-one with the East Carolina offensive coordinator, the voice, and Donnie Kirkpatrick. Here you go.
Visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about this Memphis defense. And the thing that jumps off the page at you, they have 9 interceptions. So how have they been able to do that?
You know, the secondary is just very sound. They play a lot of good coverages. They mix some man in there. But they get pressure on the quarterback. And they don't have a lot of sacks, but they do a great job of driving the pocket back into the quarterback's lap. They do a great job of getting their hands up and making you throw over it. There's been some tip balls. And then the secondary is just really quick and athletic, and they break on the ball. And they also have some fumbles, you know, that they've had takeaways too. So that's obviously something we got to really do a great job of protecting the ball this week.
Yeah, no doubt about that, because they're +9 in turnover margin. Coach, let's talk about that defensive line. A pretty big defensive line for Memphis standards.
They're really big, you know. Inside, the guy 360, you know, he looks like he's every bit of it, you know what I'm saying, 6'6". Other guys are all 6'4", 6'3". They're long-armed guys, and that's why I say they do a great job of getting their hands up. You have to throw over them. You know, it's like throwing out of a forest out there like that, too. And so, you know, one of the top run defenses in our league, really in the country, too. So it's a challenge.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And, Coach, when you think about Memphis, you usually think about athletes and guys who can run and really speed and athleticism. I think during their heyday, they were kind of right there with UCF as far as overall team speed in this league is concerned. Are they still very athletic on defense?
Well, you know, I think at linebacker they're especially that way. The defensive ends are that way, and obviously I think the secondary runs well too. So they're big and physical, though, and they're long. They're just really playing good defense right now. Like you say, they're taking the ball away. They're really making people drive the ball. But because nobody's really been able to run the ball, they've been able to put you in long yardage situations. That's passing, obvious passing situations. Then you can junk up, do all the defenses, and that's where they can get you in trouble.
Coach, last week, 9 points. I know that's not where you want to be. So as you turned on the tape, what did you see from last week?
Well, yeah, 9 points is not what we'd like to have in a quarter, much less in an entire game. And what we saw was just we got off to a great start, moving the ball, had a couple of missed plays, you know, missed block here. Guy fell down here a little bit, you know, then, you know, still scored twice in the first 3 possessions. You know, only had a 5-possession half there. One of them was a 2-minute offense. We missed the field goal at the end. Still at halftime, you know, a 14-9 score. Still knew it would be a tough game. Thought everything's okay. We're still playing pretty well. Second half, had a great opportunity to score through an interception in the end zone. Had a receiver open. We let them score. I think our team just kind of got deflated. We were a little disappointed in that we didn't fight harder like that in that situation. And then it turned into a deal where we were down 15 points, turned into an all-throw. They played way back coverage, made you dump the ball out. We were patient up to a point. We kept getting in that fringe right before the red zone officially and just never could score the points. So had too many busts, too many missed blocks, just not enough energy there, I thought, in the second half.
Coach, I thought that first quarter, this offense, the tempo moved as fast, if not faster, than I've seen all year long. Tell us about that, and then how on into the second quarter, the second half, didn't play with the same tempo.
Yeah, we tried to play fast, and that was one of the things we were going to try to do. We knew they'd be ball control, which is what I think their plan was. They threw more late than they did early. And I don't know, it was a hot day, turf maybe, the humidity of New Orleans, not to make excuses or whatever, but I just thought we kind of gave out, and we just really weren't sure what happened there to us. But really, really just disappointed in our whole performance, coaching staff, all the way down to everything. Hopefully we'll be a little bit better this weekend.
So I guess, Coach, this week things should have been pretty intense in practice, kind of looking to atone for what happened last week.
Yeah, no question. I mean, Sunday was a pretty quiet day. A lot of people, really, really low and disappointed. But either way, you win, you lose, you have to put that one behind you. You have to move on. You count the wins and losses up at the end of the year. So went back to work, Sunday afternoon, really hard on Tuesday and Wednesday. I thought the kids responded to that. We got to get our confidence back up a little bit. They're fragile. Guys that age are just so fragile. They listen to the talk a little bit. I think maybe everybody told them how good they were one week. Now they're hearing how bad they are. Hopefully that will inspire them a little bit more. But that's the nature of the beast. We know that. That's what it's all about, and that's what makes it so fun.
So, Coach, final question for you. What we have to do to move the ball against this Memphis defense and score some points this week?
Well, even though they're so good against the run, we're not going to be able to just get into an all-throw situation again because that's what they want you to do. Then they can play the two deeps and the two Tampa coverages and all the exotics, and they can get the pass rush going, and that's how they get the turnovers. And then their offense feeds off of that because they're a big play offense. So we're going to have to find a way to keep running the ball and then take what they give us in the passing game, and we'll get the matchups if we can run the ball.
Sounds great. That's Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator.
All right, Donnie Kirkpatrick with the voice, Jeff Charles there. And during that interview, another home run from Tennessee as the slugfest continues. It is 42-35. Chandler was again singing Rocky Top. What a game. And a lot more scoring probably to come in this one.
What a game we've seen from Alabama. We saw earlier this year Alabama-Texas. We saw a good game last week against Alabama and Texas A&M. And now it's Tennessee taking Alabama to the ropes.
And the sun about to set there in Knoxville, and that place is an absolute madhouse. As Bryce Young will go back to work, 334 yards on the day. Hendon Hooker, 325 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception. That was a huge stop by Tennessee's defense to not let Bama extend their 1-point lead. So now it is Tennessee who is up by 7. All right, let's head out to the Pit Electric Live line. One more tailgate check-in with Troy D out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. What's up, Troy?
Well, the sun is setting on the tailgate here as it is in Greenville, North Carolina. And, man, what an awesome tailgate it's been. Thanks to Tim Sutton from State Farm for his great work today out at cooking the pig on location. It's always fantastic when you cook a pig on site. And all the sides, also our buddy Sparky with the snowballs, fantastic job. Thanks to Minji's Bottling Group for their great beverages, Pepsis and Aquafinas. And, of course, our friends at Carolina Eagle with the awesome Bud Lights, the Seltzers, and the Mick Ultras. Wouldn't be a tailgate without great food and drink, and it wouldn't be a tailgate without great company, LRB. And today we had a great crowd.
Well, it's been awesome, and I want to thank Tim Sutton at Greenville Auto World because he is awesome. But Tim Sawyer at State Farm cooked a tremendous pig for us today. But both great sponsors at Pirate Radio, and Bud Light, one of the best sponsors we have, has served Troy D quite well out here this afternoon. So we never lose a tailgate, and Troy D has already made a turnover here early. Or late, I guess, in the tailgate season. But certainly, let's thank all the Tims that help support us, Clip Brock. But it's been a fun day out here.
Both handsome guys. I get them confused easily. Hey, look who showed up. AT, Alan Thomas. What's up, Alan? What's going to happen today? What's your prediction?
Oh, Troy, it's going to be a really good matchup. Memphis took it on the chin last week, and they're 5-2. We're sitting here about midway, so I think it's going to be a good game. But here's the deal. You've already won the tailgate. You might have fumbled that last call, but we still won the tailgate. Great crowd. Good to see everybody here all over here for homecoming. That's the best thing about today. Beautiful day here in Greenville, North Carolina.
You can have a turnover in a game and still win, Alan.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We had a few spilled drinks. We had a couple drop plates, and we had a miscue here in the last tailgate report, but we still won the tailgate.
Not our first ball game. We do this well and better than anybody else in the country.
And I got to meet and hang out with Clip Brock's sister, who's coming back to go to the game with me later.
Maybe she could sit right between us. That would be great.
Clip, I guess you saw the picture that I sent. I heard you talk about it earlier. So nothing to see there, but very nice sister that you have. We're always happy to have the Brock family join us.
Thank you all for being hospitable.
Had an awesome visit at Pirate Radio. Evidently went over well with Chicago Elementary, and certainly great times out here today, man. It's been a beautiful tailgate day, Troy. You can't beat weather like this. You can't beat the atmosphere, the fans. Hopefully it's rowdy and dowdy, and the Pirates can walk away a winner today.
And to top it off, State just lost to Syracuse up in New York. So, way to go, guys.
Good deal on the Buck scoreboard there, Alan Thomas. All right, that is going to wrap it up for this tailgate. We're going to do it again next week, 1 week from today, 1:30. The lots open up again, 7:30 kickoff again next week, 1 week from tonight against UCF. So back-to-back home games again for the Pirates, back-to-back night games. So it's been if the weather can be like this next weekend, Clip, it'll be fantastic. But this was one of the best days we've had out here in a long, long time. I'll throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, good stuff. Troy D, Ellerby, AT, and JBH, my sister, out there as well today. At the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, we have had a great tailgate here in the studio with Parker's Barbecue, 3 locations in Greenville to serve you. Dropped off some fried chicken today, as well as their great sides, and really, really enjoyed that. We'll be enjoying that late into the evening as well after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. All right, we will get a break in. Alabama driving down 7 as they continue to go back and forth in Knoxville. We'll keep you up to date on that one and everything else. Quick baseball check. 0-0. Bottom of the 8th inning in Seattle as the Mariners and Astros locked in a pitcher's duel. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. More to go. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Here today with Jeff Stein from Brown & Wood. Jeff, how's the service department?
Service is going great. Like I told you before, 2022 is the year of the customer. We've been voted #1 dealership in Greenville for 3 years in a row, and there's a reason why. For service, we still offer free pickup and drop-off, so we're trying to make it super convenient for the customer. And right now, our customers are repairing their vehicles more than ever.
How can people make a service appointment?
They can go to brownwood.net or dial 355-6080.
So, how does Shore Points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
So, how does Shore Points work?
Well, at Jersey Mike's, 6 regular number 13s plus 3 giant number 7s equals a free regular number 13. So, Pepsi and Lay's now earn more points towards free subs.
That adds up.
Exactly. Download the Jersey Mike's app and earn rewards towards free subs with every sub, Pepsi, and Lay's you purchase.
Will the you of tomorrow be happy with the you of today? It all depends on the decisions the you of today makes. For instance, the you of today has an excellent career opportunity with Delcor Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. The pay is great, very competitive with other HVAC companies. Plus, you could get a $1,500 sign-on bonus. The you of tomorrow will enjoy some time away because Delcor also offers paid vacation. Most HVAC companies don't. And since the you of today has some experience, Delcor might just hire you on the spot.
Delcor is hiring 12 experienced HVAC and plumbing professionals immediately. You must have a valid driver's license, ability and desire to work, and legally eligible to work in the U.S. Delcor offers a sign-on bonus up to $1,500, plus one of the best benefits packages in the industry, including health insurance, paid vacation, and retirement options. Learn more at DelcorInc.com. That's DelCorinc.com.
The you of tomorrow will thank the you of today for getting a job at Delcor. Delcor is an equal opportunity employer.
You've worked hard to make your business successful, and that's why it's really important to always have a bank that's in your corner when you need them. This is Chris Richards from First Bank, and our experienced team of local bankers includes Lee Watson, Ashley Capps, Bonner Latham, Josh Hooten, and Heath Nisbet. To get the business services that are right for your business, come and see one of our experienced team members at First Bank on Arlington Boulevard in Greenville. First Bank, together with our customers, we're creating a world where individuals and communities thrive. Member FDIC.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
With over 30 locations across North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, Quality Equipment is your local John Deere dealer, where you'll find everything you need for your next project. Our complete lineup of John Deere lawn and garden, agricultural, and commercial worksite equipment comes with years of experience, expertise, and dedication. We know what it takes to get it done right. Stop by today or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers in Greenville, plus the all-new Tiebreakers in Winterville, do real burgers better than anybody. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, real burgers at its best. Everybody loves burgers.
This is Miles Berry, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the close to 60,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Oh, man, this is one of the best games I've ever watched.
It is an absolute shootout in Knoxville right now.
Bryce Young, he just got sacked, and it was like 2nd and 24, and then they complete a 40-yard pass.
Guy was wide open.
3rd and goal, ball at the 1. Young in the shotgun. Hey, even Alabama doesn't go under center, folks. 3rd and goal at the 1. Young snap, pass is dropped, and it's going to be 4th and goal at the 1. And how about this? They are going to go for it. They got to. Man, great game going on in Knoxville. All right, that's your look in at the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by The Buck. We go to the 9th, and no score between
it's an absolute pitcher's duel.
The Astros and Mariners in that one on the Buck scoreboard. Here we go, 4th and goal. Are we synced up in times, or are you ahead of me?
No, we're good. We're good. We're synced up.
Okay.
I'm ahead of you. I'm not going to lie to him. I'm ahead of you.
Crap. So what does that mean? They don't score?
You told me not to show emotions and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Touchdown, Alabama. All right.
I was not allowed.
Well, thank you.
I put my hand on. Well, you're way ahead then, Shirley, because my goodness.
Well,
that's about a 45-second delay there.
I don't like this TV thing.
Well, here's the thing. I've got, I have YouTube TV. Well, you have like a home page. Well, the home page gives me all my top picks. So I'm actually watching 1, 2, 3, 4 different games in like small screen.
Nice.
So I've got the Tulane game right now. Tulane is up 38-24 on South Florida with 11.5 to go. Of course, Alabama and Tennessee in commercial, Wisconsin, Michigan State in commercial, and then, of course, the Astros-Mariners game. So I'm kind of keeping up with those 4 right now. but I am considerably ahead of your feed.
42 all in Knoxville, 8:42 left to go in the game, and who's going to have the ball last? That might decide this one. All right, let's hear from ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. Jeff Charles went one-on-one with Coach Harrell earlier this week. Here is how it sounded.
Visit now with ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, let's start with Seth Hennigan. His numbers are off the charts, both throwing the football and running the ball. He is another guy like so many in this league. He's a dual threat, isn't he?
No doubt. He's, our league is full of a lot of good quarterbacks, and he is one of them. He's threw 10 touchdowns this year with only one interception on the season. He is actually the team's leading rusher if you take the sacks out and just take his positive yards. So he's a kid that's played a lot of football. Started as a freshman last year from the state of Texas, and did a really good job of leading them some wins last year and this season so far, and does a really good job just operating the offense over there. So, he's a headsy kid, got a strong arm, but you get things covered up in the back end, and he can take off on you, so you got to be accountable for that. And he's a good player. We're excited to go against him and see if we can hold him down and keep him under control there.
Coach, it looks like it's kind of running back by committee. They have three guys that rotate in and out.
They do, and all three are experienced players, guys that we saw a year ago that have played well for them. And Thomas has the most carries and kind of their workhorse, so to speak, bigger back, downhill guy. But I think Ducker and Martin are just as productive in their yards. So, they'll roll those guys in and out, keep them fresh, make sure you're accountable back there in the run game for them. And I think they want to be a run football team first. I think in our breakdown, somewhere around 60-40 run to pass. Just with the RPOs, we count those as runs. But, and those three backs will make you stay sound in the run game. So you can't be a hat short in there or you'll be, giving up big plays in the run game. So we got to make sure we do a good job with that.
Coach, I've watched Memphis football for many, many years. They always have athletes. They always have speed. I thought during their heyday 3 or 4 years ago, they were right there with UCF as far as overall team speed in this league is concerned. How about offensively for them this year?
Yeah, they certainly got some speed. I mean, you turn on the Navy film, and they hit Navy down the field for a few big plays. I think Ivory is one of those guys. Skates is another one, number 11. And Lewis, 18, is certainly maybe the best one that has the most catches is Rogers. So all those guys can run. Really athletic out there, do a good job. The tight end's a guy that, you see some tight ends, all they are is blockers, or maybe they all are as pass catchers. He's both, and he can block you in the run game and get out in the pass game and catch some footballs. And I think he has about 30 targets on a year. So all are good weapons out there, and they're certainly very talented.
Their offensive line coach, give us a scouting report on their O-line.
Yeah, I think their centers is good. A really good player. I think right tackle's a really good player. Right guard's I would call him a nasty player. Like he's going to play hard-nosed, tough football and get after you, do a good job there. Left guard, they've had a little injury right there, so I don't know if the starter will be back, Gamble, or if it'll still be Alfred there. The left tackle was out, but Austin Myers is back, so they're at full force there.
Coach, going back to last week, your evaluation of how your defense played against Tulane.
I certainly thought we did some good things, especially in the run game. I think they had 150 yards rushing. We had 5 sacks, which is season high for us, and had a bunch of hits on the quarterback. Which every time I'd see Pratt get knocked down, I was maybe had my fingers crossed a little bit. They wouldn't get up for a few minutes, but thought we got some good hits on him and good pressures on him. I think 2 areas we got to improve on this week. One is third down, especially third and long situations, and that's where a year ago we were exceptionally good. And we got to do a better job there, and I think that's going to keep a bunch of yards and points off the board, first of all. And then second of all is just the big play down the field. I mean, if we don't give up the big chunk of explosive play and keep them out of explosives, then that's going to keep points off the board as well. So, if we can do those things, I think we can keep points off the board and give ourselves a chance to win.
Coach, I was going to ask you about the third and longs. As you analyze that situation, what do you see?
Well, first thing we've done in practice is put ourselves in more of those situations. Usually you're working north third and mediums, third and threes, third and 5, 6s, because that's what you're going to get into a lot of times. But we found ourselves in a lot of third and 10s, and we're not executing. So, and we just kind of maybe simplify some things that we do. That way we get really good at what we do, and whether it's bringing pressure or dropping or whatever it may be. So making sure our kids feel really comfortable with it, make sure we feel really comfortable with it, making a smaller menu. So anytime that you have some a breakdown, so to speak, or a miscue, you want to go back and kind of pull the thumb and say, hey, what can we do better to put our kids in better situations? And right now that's simplifying the menu for us and making sure that, hey, we've ran this couple of calls over and over and over all week long, and as well as repping it more. So really excited about it this week. Feel really good about it, and our players are excited about the plan this week.
Coach, let's look at a key or two in this one. I guess it has to start with Hannigan, the quarterback. You got to keep him in check.
You do, and I think that it all starts with the run game for us, and part of the run game for us is the RPO game. So Hannigan's numbers are going to be, him throwing the ball, but that's part of it. I say that's a triple option offense. You got the dive, you got the quarterback, you got the pitch where you can throw the RPO out there. So we got to take care of that first, and then once we get that taken care of, and put them in drop back situations, we got to make sure we count for Hannigan in all categories there, run game, scrambling game, whatever it may be, and put pressure on him, make him force a bad ball. I think we were able to pick him off last year, and a turnover right now would be huge for us. So we got to create some of those, and then get off the field on third down. And that would be a key for us.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, let's look at the defensive numbers on the UBE stat sheet. East Carolina allowing 21 points per contest this season, 114 rushing yards. That's a really good number, especially with a Navy game under your belt. 256 passing yards for opponents through the air for a total of 371. Pirates are 29 of 82 stopping third downs. 35% are opponents. Opponents are 6 of 13 on fourth down so far this season. And in the red zone, 8 red zone touchdowns and 18 trips for opponents. That number could have been 7 if not for the post-play penalty last week. But still, teams under 50% scoring touchdowns in the red zone. Teams overall 12 of 18 against East Carolina once reaching the red zone. Looking at the numbers quarter-wise, East Carolina's outscored opponents every quarter this season. I guess that's pretty even across the board. Pirates averaging around 44-ish in each quarter and allowing right around, they've allowed 31 in the first, 31 in the second, 28 in the third, 31 in the fourth. So kind of even across the board there when it comes to when teams are scoring on East Carolina. All right, we have a gift wrap touchdown for Alabama, a quarterback running back exchange on it looked like one of those RPO plays where you put it in the belly of the running back and either give it to him or keep it. Miscue there. Bama picks it up, runs it in for a touchdown. So Alabama retakes the lead, a 7-point lead now. Tennessee will get the football back as this is an absolute wild one in Knoxville. All right, tell you what, let's hear from Jireh Wilson, East Carolina safety, as he visited with The Voice earlier this week. Let's hear that conversation, Charlie.
A visit now with Jireh Wilson. Jireh's playing some great defense for the Pirates on the defensive side of the ball this year. And Jireh, let's talk about this Memphis team coming up. Hannigan is a really good quarterback, isn't he? And he presents some problems because he can both throw the ball and run the ball. So tell us a little bit about the challenges for the defense this week.
Yeah, obviously in the past, we've been giving up some big plays in the passing game the last couple of weeks. So obviously that's something we like to get turned around. But definitely, Memphis definitely does have a good quarterback, same quarterback from last year. I don't remember exactly like his numbers wise, but I would say he played a pretty decent game last year against us, and pretty much gave him a chance to win it. It came down to a 2-point conversion. So yeah, we definitely just got to prepare well, prepare for the receivers because he has weapons out there. Just make sure we kind of pick up some tendencies and stuff like that in the film room to be ready for Saturday.
Jireh, let's talk a little bit about the defensive play now. How do you feel you guys played defensively against Tulane this week? I mean, it did a really good job against the run game, gave up some yards in the passing game. So tell us a little bit about that.
I would say definitely did a great job stopping the run. The quarterback at Tulane, he definitely had a good performance. I think he threw for like 330 yards, I want to say. His completion percentage was really high when I had looked after the game. We did a good job in the run game. We gave up. Overall, I felt we played pretty well. It's just in the passing game, some of the plays we gave up were they were big plays. So it was like big plays, especially at the wrong time. So it kind of like broke the game open a little bit at times. But I feel like the defense played well overall. I feel like we definitely got a lot of stops that we need to have 3 and outs. We had a chance to win. It's just too many big plays will hurt you at the end.
Yeah. Jireh, you guys are 3-3. Memphis coming in this week. They're all big because you only get 12 chances, 12 guaranteed chances during the year. But This is a big game at home to kind of get back on the winning track, don't you think?
Oh, yes, sir, most definitely. Obviously, halfway through the season, 3-3. Not where we wanted to be, but can't take it for granted. It's hard to win in college football. We got 3 of them halfway through the season, so look to turn it around here, back in Dowdy. Got 2 straight at home. Hopefully we can turn this thing around and reach the goals that we set at the beginning of the season.
That's Jireh Wilson.
All right, Jireh Wilson with the voice, Jeff Charles, earlier this week. And I tell you what, I've seen some pictures, some videos now of the uniforms East Carolina's wearing today. Maybe you're not a uniform guy, don't care, that's fine, whatever. These things are beauties, and I can't wait to see them on the field. I think my favorite part, I don't know, I got a lot of favorite parts, but I love the shadow numbers, like the block numbers with the shadow. Man, sharp.
Like, I know that's how the numbers looked back in, the late 90s, early 2000s, I believe, in the Garrard era. But and I think we're going to see that on basketball uniforms again this year, too. But it reminds me of like a Lakers type of deal, with the type of font for the number. But, man, this uniform, and we talked to Will Treadaway, and, man, what a great job he did designing these uniforms, and rightfully so. He won the competition. Ready to see these uniforms live and in person in Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, as you and I will be making our way to Dowdy-Ficklin coming up here soon in about 20 minutes, Clip.
That we will.
So Tennessee fumbled the ball.
Yeah.
They said he was down. You're saying that he most definitely fumbled the football?
He was not down. It's a matter of, did they call like forward progress, which I don't have the volume up. But it was a clear fumble, clear recovery by Alabama, but they ran the next play, got it off. They didn't even look at it. So Tennessee still has it, and it's going to be about 3rd and 4 here, 3rd and 5 for the Volunteers at around midfield. So might have got a break there. We'll see. But Alabama leads at 49-42, 6:13 left to go. Let's get a break in. We'll come back. We'll check in with Brian North, WCTI 12. Also keep an eye on this baseball game. As Tennessee gets a first down and more, they're going to have it at around the 33-yard line, 1st and 10. 2 outs, runners on 2nd and 3rd for Houston in the top of the 9th, no score between the Mariners and the Astros. Stephen Igo said it earlier in the show. He just tweeted out, freshman Andrew Conrad will get a shot at kicker today for ECU. Just kicked the final PAT to end warm-ups. So we're going to get see a new kicker on the field for the Pirates today, Andrew Conrad. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. More to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
At US Cellular, any phone you see is free, whether you're a new or current customer. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Beauty Bar Medispa wants to know if you are ready to fall into beauty. October 7th through the 14th. All services and products will be on sale. Botox, filler, painless laser hair removal, facials, RF microneedling, rejuvenating laser treatments to treat brown spots, wrinkles, texture, veins, and skin tightening. And now, the only facility in the area to offer non-surgical under-eye fat pad treatments. BeautyBarMedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Greenville Utilities electric customers will soon be able to receive text notifications in the event of power outages. Enrollment is automatic, so make sure GUC has your cell phone number by signing into your account at GUC.com, then update the information in your user profile. Want to talk with someone instead? Call 252-752-7166 during business hours. 252-752-7166. Update us so we can update you. Visit GUC.com for more information.
Do you have an old injury or just some pain that keeps holding you back? It's time for you to get better. With Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we can help you get your life back. Whether you need to get back to a sport, back in the gym, or just back to enjoying life, our team of specialists use a one-on-one, hands-on approach in our state-of-the-art facility to get you back moving again. Don't settle for where you are. Don't stay in pain. Visit kptonline.com today to see how Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness can help you live well, move more, and hurt less.
Your vehicle is a big part of your life. That's why you should trust the team at Greenville Auto World for all your vehicle needs. Greenville Auto World believes in fair prices, superior service, and treating customers right. Visit greenvilleautoworld.net to see their fully stocked inventory of SUVs, trucks, and cars. Need a lift kit, custom rims, or wheels? Greenville Auto World can upgrade your vehicle today. For sales or service, visit Greenville Auto World on Highway 43 in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. The doors open at noon, 7 days a week. And the Buck has live music every night along with football. Monday is open mic night the first Monday of each month. Tuesday, it's karaoke with DJ Captain Morgan. Wednesday, it's acoustic night. Thursday, it's the dance party with DJ Kid Scene and live music every Friday and Saturday night with the best bands on the East Coast. Follow the Buck on Instagram for information and schedule of events. This season, party like a pirate at the Buck.
This is Coach Blake Harrell, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rose.
I could give you the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, but I really wish I had a camera in the studio for Clip losing his ever-loving mind in the studio, because it has been an absolute shootout in Knoxville. Tennessee had what appeared to be a interception by Alabama for Alabama to seal the deal and steal this game from Tennessee. But then there was a pass interference call, and now there's a touchdown. It is tied in Knoxville, and well, you know what? We're just going to leave it at that because it's been a fun game to watch. And that is your Buccaneer Scoreboard, brought to you by the Buck, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night along with football. You can follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate to one very upset Clip Brock.
I mean, this is like horseshoe right up the butthole stuff. Tennessee on this, holy cow! Tennessee fumbled on the drive. They said the runner was down. He clearly wasn't. And then it's 4th and 1. Alabama jailbreaks, gets the running back in the backfield. Would have been a turnover on downs, but they call a false start. Tennessee gets a new life. Then Tennessee throws a pick. They call pass interference, and now they score. My goodness, what a game. What a roller coaster of emotions. And the extra point is good.
I really wish I had a video because, like I said, we've been talking about this. My feed is further along than Clip's feed, so I already knew about the interception and then it being called pass interference. So I was watching, and I was trying to get my phone so I could film it and see his reaction, so people could see his reaction because it was hysterical. Because he went from happy to angry in about 2.3 seconds, and it was hysterical. We also have North on the line, by the way.
And we have a quick look at the Orthopedics East injury report. Stephen Igo tweets out, Jalen Johnson will not play today. Taylor Jackson, Surad Ware also sidelined for ECU. So there's a couple of nuggets there on the Orthopedics East injury report. All right, Brian North joining us on the Pit Electric Live Line. North, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I am actually on a haunted hayride right now.
Oh, that is outstanding. We need a play-by-play of your haunted hayride.
Yeah.
Is this the first interview conducted on Pirate Radio for pregame where someone has done it on a haunted hayride?
It is a first in the 20 years that I have been residing in this chair.
That's awesome. What do we got? Do we have, like, chainsaws or
clowns?
What do we got, Brian?
We're on the kid-friendly version. So, the knives are still in the scabbards, and the chainsaws don't have gas in them yet. But no, there's some spookiness out here. So
right.
For a 3-year-old who just recently became afraid of the dark, this is going to be a joy. So if you hear screaming, you'll know exactly what that is.
'Tis the season. That's good stuff, Brian. A nice family-filled evening for Brian North tonight.
There's a member of a Kiss that just came out of the woods over there with all the makeup on. That's crazy.
Gene Simmons is there. That's what he's doing now. All right, Brian, wild day of football. This Tennessee-Alabama game is game of the year, game of the decade potential. It is 49-49, and Alabama's just getting it back on a kickoff. Oklahoma State has scored, and now they are in overtime, 37-37 against TCU. You know, sometimes, Brian, we hype up these big days with these top 25 matchups. It doesn't live up to the billing. So far, this one is. This has been a good Saturday.
This has been crazy. NC State losing at Syracuse. I've been able to catch some of these games throughout the day today. No, we have these Saturdays, and it's usually about this time, right, middle of October, when people start thinking about basketball, the temperatures start cooling down, and we start getting some of these crazy matchups that do live up to the hype. But no, today's been an awesome day to watch football. What's
going to happen tonight? Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, Brian. Pirates and Memphis going at it. Big game for both teams. What are you looking forward to tonight?
Yeah, well, for the theme of the night here with me, it's kind of a scary game if you're a Pirate fan. You start looking at trying to become bowl eligible. You've got 3 wins. You're halfway there. Where are those 3 wins going to come from? And this is one of those games you're going to have to win, right, if you want to go back to a bowl game this year. But Memphis, they go to overtime last year. Memphis is good. Memphis is kind of in that same situation. Big game for them as well. So, yeah, hope the Pirates are confident and don't get tight. Sometimes I worry about the team getting tight, worrying about, like when we came into this season, expectations were there for the first time, and I think we all wondered how would they deal with those expectations, and I think it's been a mixed bag. And so now returning home, homecoming, Hall of Fame night, extra distractions. I'm just curious how the team responds, and if they're in a tight game, what happens, especially with the kicking game having been the issue all year long. So there's some scary elements to this game tonight.
Well, Mike Houston has seen enough, and it looks like we're going to have a new kicker on the field tonight. Andrew Conrad going through warm-ups, according to Stephen Igo, kicked the last extra point before warm-ups wrapped up. So looks like we're going to have a new kicker. Brian Bailey said earlier that look for a new long snapper as well, or snapper on that operation. So, man, finally some changes going on.
Well, I've been saying that all year. I mean, we always look at Daffer, the kicker, but there's also been new holders and new snappers. And there's a lot of things that go in that operation, but certainly it hasn't worked at the percentage that you want it to work. And so you give them some time, but then you worry about with kicking. It's like playing golf. It's like some of these things. It's all about confidence, right? And so you just don't feel like their confidence is at a high level, so maybe you have to make the switch right now and try to get somebody else who can be confident in that operation.
Brian North, I talked to you about this one yesterday. You expecting some highlights tonight from North Carolina Duke? Are they going to put up points? Or I don't know. You've been saying you like this trending direction that the North Carolina defense is in. So what kind of game are we going to see?
Yeah, I think both North Carolina and Duke's defenses are better here going into the season a little bit. That doesn't mean that they won't put up points. I just don't know if it's going to be Alabama-Tennessee points by any means. So, but the defense, obviously, that plays better in this game because the two offenses are pretty prolific. So Drake May has been Heisman Trophy worthy of mentioning with the numbers he's been putting up. Can Duke find any way to slow him down and stop him? If they can get him to turn it over a little bit, maybe they have a shot. But North Carolina's the pick here, but Duke's been a surprise all year. But, look, it's still probably going to be in the 30s. Probably whoever gets the 35-40 first wins this game.
North, we'll let you get back to the hayride, man. Enjoy it out there. Thanks for joining us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell this tractor driver to hurry up because I know kickoff's coming.
Yeah, let's speed it. Let's get into fourth gear here. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, Brian. Thank you, man.
We'll talk to you guys later.
All right, there is Brian North. Seeing some videos and pictures from Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. The parachuter has come in with the game ball, and some cool videos there.
And breaking news, that's how we're entering the stadium.
That's right. We're going to be parachuting in to our seats. So hopefully we don't land.
Here we go. This is where they win it.
51 seconds left to go. 49-49 Alabama, Tennessee. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll have this game wrapped up and also have our fantasy picks. Did I win last week for the first time with Isaiah Winstead? I believe I did. Because Shirley had Marlon Gunn. You had Ryan Jones. Winstead had the big receiving day. For the first time this year, I won fantasy. And I will be picking first when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
This is Holton Ahlers. I've been eating at Parker's Barbecue since I was a kid. Now, all these years later, I still love to eat at Parker's. In fact, I love it so much, I bring my entire offensive line with me. They protect me, and I look out for them with great food from Parker's Barbecue. So whether you bring the team like me or just your friends and family, the awesome barbecue, chicken, and seafood at Parker's is a win every time. Parker's Barbecue, where they always treat you like family.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
You know, texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Ahlers for my friends at ArcPoint Labs. Just as I trust my teammates, you can trust ArcPoint Labs to give you quick and accurate results for your laboratory testing needs. ArcPoint Labs provides insights and solutions to enable individuals, businesses, and communities to make informed decisions on their health, safety, and well-being. Visit any of the 6 Eastern North Carolina ArcPoint Labs locations or go to arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Do you need custom t-shirts, apparel, or promotional items for your business, organization, or event? Keep it local. Print it local with University Sportswear. University Sportswear ENC.com is your one-stop shop for all promotional products for your business. With over 1 million items to shop from, University Sportswear ENC.com offers high-quality products at prices to fit any budget. Visit University Sportswear ENC.com for contact information and to get shopping. University Sportswear ENC.com, the official sportswear provider of Pirate Radio.
This is Braxton Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. If you're looking to purchase a home, it is still a great time, and being pre-qualified before you begin shopping is an advantage. At Angel Oak, we offer a wide variety of programs ranging from conventional, government, and portfolio loans that can fit most financial situations. To get started, contact our experienced team of Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, Wanda Hager, or myself, Braxton Green, at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
The Dickinson Avenue Public House is a lively and diverse restaurant in Greenville that utilizes fresh and local ingredients. With influences of Creole, Asian, and upscale Southern cuisine, the Dickinson Avenue Public House offers a seasonally rotating menu and a full-service bar with rotating craft brews on tap. Come to the intersection of 8th and Dickinson and enjoy $1 off drafts on Tuesday, half-price flights on Wednesday, half-price wine bottles on Thursday, and $1 oysters Tuesday through Friday from 5:30 to 7. For more details, check out their website at daphousenc.com.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back, and you can watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and then click on that subscribe button. And a quick scoreboard update for you. Wisconsin and Michigan State have tied it up at 28 apiece. They are in overtime as we speak. And also another game just kicking off, and that is Florida and LSU. And LSU just scored a touchdown, so it's now 7-all in the first quarter. And then, of course, we're keeping a close eye on this Tennessee and Alabama game. Clip.
All right. Bama has it. Do they go for the end zone here, or do they leave it up to their kicker?
No chance.
No chance they go to the end zone?
Don't do a Florida State.
Yeah. I reckon.
Don't do a Florida State.
49, 25 seconds left to go. It's 3rd and 10. Let's see if they play conservative here or if they go for the end zone. Young's got it. We got a timeout.
Okay. Clock stops.
All right. I finally won fantasy picks last week, so I get to go first, and I'm going with the same guy I had last week. Give me Isaiah Winstead to get in the end zone tonight for East Carolina. Shirley, who do you got?
I'm going back to the well. Give me CJ.
All right, CJ Johnson. Shirley went away from CJ last week. Didn't win, so she learned her lesson.
I did have a decent showing.
Marlon Gunn?
Yeah. I mean, he was decent.
All right.
I want to go Marlon Gunn, but I don't know how healthy he is. He is a go today as far as I know, but I'm going to probably go back to Ryan Jones again. So give me the tight end, Ryan Jones.
All right, the picks are in. The show is done. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks to all our guests, Jeff Charles, the voice of the Pirates, for joining us hour number one. Thanks also to Stephen Igo, Patrick Mason, the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, Brian Bailey, Billy Weaver, Troy D. Out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, Brian North, also Pirate players Holton Ahlers, Jireh Wilson. We heard from Donnie Kirkpatrick and Blake Harrell. And thank you to all you fine folks for tuning in. And to Parker's Barbecue for the awesome pregame tailgate meal. Chandler and I are splitting. We are heading to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Yep. And we'll all be back with you after the game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. We will talk to you then. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
And 21 points in the first quarter and then 15 points in the fourth quarter. It's 49-49. We know it's at stake. Tennessee has not been 6-0 since 1998.